careful for a David Hyatt Georgia. Ado Cherokee to launch a Shawnee Patchin. Ado Irish to Hache to Despich a Tahanale. What I ate a net sun in Schlido, a head for a shaho, she old artiki, a yoba hen, of course, at Ashi in this country for them. The whole look stop, she is the arm. Is now or that is now, she is the bed. Ben Kitaya, the whole 8 dollars, of course. But also the left someone who starts to ya the hill. Oh, ya, I only give it in Jono Golan Coons. In Jono Coons as a cold, beat me kind of cool. I shall lay no cool, I think so. Go a best only cool. Ya, but I hate lay no cool, what I am to God and in although I cool in Jono Go. Whatever you take, is kept off from Zenigi, the Jono la is kept at the tea from Jono la, Nature law, the Nature law, Nihilan is not that hit all lessons for additional trati and the Nothing. Other is for go now, but Nature law, Nature law. What are the Jono go is kept at the tea, what are that he'll at all the and so just trati and then Nico. National Staff Development and Training Department and get that know what I can that they need yes of course. Deep and natural la shaho I keep and natural la ko for the national dollars ko don't then you that is done le the click in the Habat $100. Nisha the large the Habat $100. Nisha what's a card in Habat $100. Nisha task ahead about $100. The snow cold area a bend up on task care for the shitty water for. Ado 8 everyone now can not that $8. Ado who can be it all in Danish. Jono go not out lesson show the snake store. Ado ben natural not the snake or the come. Like Ahmle, Shatter Ahmle, Air Ahmle. No who couldn't lend or snake or not snake that. Nisha was your lesson for the snake trati and I'm not. Was your last play?
Like you had law is high, you know, even get a 1080, you know, a vacancy to do art with a can do and the given the international Sunday la do to she better than it $8 to share. I see. But he went in. What Ayla Chicago Sydney like you see at on the agenda recognize guests and visiting officials. Not so and I thought Haneki to Quaggy. I not Quaggy think tattoo. The day of the this time we wish to recognize visiting guests and officials, as well as the folks that will be in who will present their needs and desires before the committee.
Yet a chair, she just chair debater from Office of Legislative Counsel. We have a new hire. Her name is Loya Henderson. She's going to be an attorney at the Office of Legislative Counsel. Sakoya Sabati Asienson, just to have her introduce herself.
Yeah, hey, it's good to hear your voice. All the way
Good
from
morning.
Tito.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Ms. Henderson, you have the floor.
Chair, I don't think she's on yet, of course, so I guess I'll just wait till another meeting then. But yeah,
Wishing. So the floor is open for other folks to introduce themselves and acknowledge their presence on this work session proceedings.
Good evening, Chair. So this is Jordan at City with the Navajo School Board Association. Roshima Bira here in Hatsores in Ladi.
Good morning.
Good morning, Chair. So this is Derek Franklin from OPVP.
Good morning, Chair. This is Jolene at City with Office of Background and Investigations. Ado Vera Shazed Shehat for your beautiful prayer.
Good morning. This is Thomasita Woody, DPM Human Resources Director.
Good morning, Chair. This is Farron Garcia with DPM Recruitment Manager.
Good morning, Chair, committee members. This is Michelle Morris with Navajo Department of Health. I'm on the call.
Good morning, Chair. This is Matthew Sir with Department of Education.
Yate Benashe, Victoria Long this year. I work with Staff Development and Training Department. Thank you. Yate Bene, I did that is the Shar Kruger in the training manager, staff development and training department. Just though what it's eating the angel Kiani Bash's chain, Twahane, that's a chain, I can't aid a Chanel, could I send I don't hear I did that is not found I saw Craigie.
Anybody else? Okay, let's proceed with our work session. Our agenda next calls for, excuse me, reviewing the agenda. Ms. Angelita Benali.
Good morning, Mr. Chair and members of the Health, Education, and Human Services Committee. And thank you, Ms. Hyatt, for your wonderful prayer blessing this meeting. And welcome to everyone that's on the Zoom. Thank you for attending. You have your proposed agenda for the Health, Education, and Human Services Committee Nation Council work session, April 6, 2022. Presiding the Honorable Daniel E. So, Chairperson, the Honorable Carl R. Slater, Vice Chairperson. Place is in person, is the Budget and Finance OLS Conference Room via telecommunication as well in Window Rock, Navajo Nation, Arizona. 1, call meeting to order, roll call, invocation, announcements. 2, invocation. 3, recognize guests and visiting officials. 4, review agenda. 5, work session reports. A is the Staff Development and Training Department. 1 is the welcome address. 2 is the introductions. 3 is a PowerPoint presentation by SDTD staff, the Staff Development and Training Department staff. It would cover the historical overview, the mission and vision statement, strategic management plan, again, the plan of operation, as well as the fund management plan. B is a Department of Personnel Management update, indicating the Navajo Nation personnel positions, the vacancies, and hired personnel to date. Also, the vacancies and hires relevant to the following Navajo Nation departments: NDOH, Department of Aging and Long-Term Health Care Services, DSS, and coordination of background checks of school board members, DHR, particularly with the Department of Dene Education and the Bureau of Indian Education. C is the Department of Aging and Long-Term Care Services, NDOH, and it'd be the status of senior centers, the staffing of senior centers, and additional issues affecting the operations of Daltex, providing quality services while adhering to interrelated Navajo Nation policies. 5 is the close of work sessions, announcements, and adjournment. Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Benali. Let's proceed now to and committee members. This particular work session agenda doesn't need to be motioned or adopted, so we will go straight to item 5, the work session reports. Ms. Angelita Benali, review the 5A, and the presenters.
Okay, Mr. Chair, and members of the—
One more time, thank you.
All right. Yes, Mr. Chair, thank you. Mr. Chair and members of the Health, Education, and Human Services Committee, the number 5 on the agenda is the work session reports. A is the Staff Development and Training Department. 1 is the welcome introduction. And welcome is by Dr. Fowler, Director of DHR, and Shar Kruger, Training Manager of the Staff Development and Training Department. 2 is the introduction, the Health, Education, and Human Services Committee members and the SDTD staff. 3 is a PowerPoint presentation, historical overview, the establishment, the mission and vision statements, revision, suggestions, and discussion. Strategic management plan is next, and it would be provided in an overview and discussion. It would entail the budget, as well as the training and the curriculum and the administrative, professional, consultation, collaboration, and virtual in-person outreach methods of the training, and the Navajo Nation employees, entities, schools, organizations, etc., along with the marketing, professional development, projects and initiatives, and other miscellaneous. The next area is the plan of operation, amendments and revisions, recommendations and suggestions, and timeline. And then following presentation is the fund management plan, is the amendments, revisions, and expenditure plan provided. Recommendations, suggestions, and discussion, rate setting methods, late fees, forfeits, etc. And that's 5A, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Benali. For the folks that would be doing the presentation, if you do have a PowerPoint presentation, please email it to Ms. Benali so she can share it with the committee members. Just one point before we proceed. Mr. Mose, of the committee members, who are there in person?
I'm the only one here. Honorable Monique is not present yet. I got 4 members from the staff training here in BNF with me as well. There's 5 of us in here.
Okay. Thank you. Appreciate that. And the rest of us are in teleconference. All right. Dr. Fowler, you have the work session flow.
Good morning.
If Dr. Fowler's unavailable, Ms. Shar Kruger?
Ms. Kruger, we cannot hear you.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. All right, let's start all over again. Although Dr. Fowler will not be here with us right now, but I will speak on her behalf to do our welcome. She is currently doing a webinar for until about 10:15. So first of all, I want to say welcome to our work session. My name is Shar Kruger. Although I need a done which is out to see the sheep Egypt. For the key ancient, so you know, on a bus team, the folk on a another a gun. I don't say ya or you know, you see my show. I'm the training manager here at Staff Development and Training Department. I've been in that position now just a little over a year. Prior to that, I was one of the training instructors. So I just want to welcome you, and it's an honor to be here on the agenda, and then to also be given the time to at least, you know, get to know one another. When I say that, kind of like a meet and greet, and also get an understanding of what Staff Development and Training Department, you know, does and what kind of services that we all provide here. So briefly, I just want to say that, and then we'll go on down our agenda.
So I guess the way the agenda is put together, then the committee would introduce themselves to the folks on the call. Hey, Daniel, so this is Jim. So what are we? Sujet. Ako, send Kevin slow, and it's touchy. This is Chin. This is Chado, Mahabani, this another. Only not nail Jean Holy. You had to add a shadow, but a add and he had a hope. Even not it has been so. Edo said the national case and not me Yanni Gisip and natural story. A baseball on the list of Dean. Ado a B, but not in look because only a banner shot distance. But I don't have it all just in the guy who yeah back up through it. Ado Tetra, pork or the Casimir Lake. What's in that little water? Please go but for as a slate. Now the skis in Lena, but looking hard. The Gun Snares Counselor. Magazine. Orion Starlight Chapter. Auto. Such as it be to Ohunsino. But a not Ani. Committee members, whoever wants to go next, you have the floor.
Chair, I will go
next.
Go ahead. So.
Go ahead.
Okay, thank you, Shiaz. Arnold, thank you for being on the call and being a part of the work session as well, and for the invitation to be on the call as well. Charlene, so I don't want to come down as you not down in and slump it on your bushes chain, touch sheet me that should shake, it sheet me that should nulla. I do represent the chapters in southern Utah and northern Arizona. The 5 are Isospas, Twasakan, Red Mesa, Mexican Water, and Aneth, Utah. Akoyad Benin Hitishnidoles. Thank you.
Yet been a DA delegate Paul Begay and Hitna Kode Atego. The Chi do Bishop Gates and up on Sabateen. One Heli do creepy to E Adi Schlago. Partners and Libertas Ango Adi Banat Ahenschlan. Education in the Enschlido be Petroni E Bush chain. The Che to the Chini that the net Dandla Aratia National W. Ego Ia the Menschlido. She had to open down. But as an Ben Haha, the Gi Ishin Bekeho Ia than it Edo Leslie. But he has son of Ego. So it doesn't be Benacha Bay. Beya what Edo Bay will do be Hajon that yet he don't Sakesi at Tehi. Could ego Benacho Inco. But he and do he had the answer. It's enough Sagi should say chair, other vice chair, and other members of the committee, our staff. Ado is enough Sagi today, DJ nature. Nikita hot not Nagido work session at that is enough Sagi. Have a good day. Thank you.
Yate, no score. Shadow should ne, Kazin, Shay ya Pernell Halon and Shia. Torchin is a she a bushes chain and a stage that she 200 Chanella. Aqua Twatch and Nash Cheredo, my cake Auto Bastla Auto Nakadina, Mexican Springs. I represent those communities and council delegate for those communities, and welcome and thank you for your wonderful prayer this morning. We appreciate that. And thank you for joining us today. Yeah.
Silla, Honorable Vice Chair Slater, are you still picking up hay, or are you headed to Windsor?
Pardon me. Done with the hay, but I sure have plenty of horse, I guess, manure, to be polite, to deal with later. Good morning. Thank you very much. I should hopefully be there soon. I apologize for being late. Adona Nishanagi Ani Sontana Bashes Chins and Najani Dashache do Sontana Dashanella Tenekana Nasha Carl Russell Slater Dashajane. My name is Carl Slater, I'm the vice chair of the committee. I represent Round Rock, Rock Point, Rough Rock, Lakachukai, and St. Louis Fields. And I'm looking forward to today's session. And I'm Kiani, born for the Jewish people, and I live in Round Rock. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Honorable Edison Wanika, are you on the call? Mr. Mose, do you see his telephone number on the call? Okay, when he gets on the call, or when he comes to the BNF conference room, let me know so that we can have him introduce himself.
All right, sir. No problem.
Okay, let's proceed. Ms. Kruger, Dr. Fowler, you have the work session floor.
Hey, good morning again. Although Dr. Fowler may be joining us later in our session this morning, so I don't know, can you guys hear me?
We can hear you just fine.
Okay, Hagoshi, thank you for that. Mrs. Hyatt, one of our training instructor in the staff development and training department, or there's 5 of us that work at the staff development and training department. There's myself, a training manager, and we have also 3 training instructors, and we have an office specialist. There's 5 of us that are working under the department, and today we wanted just to get to know each other. ako area that ito informational PowerPoint key statement the next catches your today.
Mr. Moses, you on?
Can you hear us?
No, you cut out there for a while.
I think we're having some difficulties.
Okay, well, you're back on now. I don't know what you did there.
Oh, really?
This is Leonard. Can you guys hear me now? We got disconnected. Hello?
We can hear you now.
Yes, yes, we can hear.
Thank you.
We got you back, Mr. Mose. Thank you.
Okay, we'll pray that no more technical difficulties from here. So, I'm gonna go ahead and move forward, we need by the PowerPoint key statement. Even not to see a photo, that will be so, what staff development and training department is all about. So, our first PowerPoint, which is, was sent over to Angelina, will be able to send it to you guys as well. Historical review. Where is staff development and training coming from? So it was adopted and established under the Division of Administration and Finance through the ACS-181-89. It was also named employment section at the Navajo Tribal Training Center and was then changed to staff development and training program. It was passed by a vote of 10 in favor and 0 opposed on September 20. And the person that signed off on it, I couldn't make out their name, so it wasn't the signature. So basically, staff development and training department now has been established 33 years ago. We'll be celebrating our 33rd anniversary. And good to know these things. Work session, the next one on the next slide, our vision and our mission statement. A non-school based Slater, our destination. So what is our vision for CAO? We are committed to offering excellence through quality, innovative, and technological learning experiences. Benefit the Navajo Nation and other entities. So when I do my presentation, I like to integrate the cultural, the Navajo part of it so that we have a better understanding. Your vision, what is it? This is what that says for the staff development and training department. Auto and mission statement, echo a team, how are we going to get to our destination? By quality training, by creating personal, cultural enrichment, career advancement for the Navajo Nation and other entities. So those are our vision and mission statements. Although we may want to change a little bit of that. It's always good to grow with the time, the transitions that are happening here. So even yes, work session those are cut just the health education services committee even made our request, so we thank you for that. Next slide will be our strategic management plan. Beginning of March and even last year in April, we come together. Like I said, there's 5 of us that work under the staff development and training department. It is one of the 10 programs under division, and our division director is Dr. And every year we try to integrate days or set aside 2 days so that we can come together and talk about so we started our strategic management plan March 1st and 2nd. Management plan. So the first one, a basal non-authority budget. We are allocated on a fiscal year, and then divided into quarters, and then we also have to concentrate on our expenses. So first and foremost, our department, staff development training department, is a revenue generator. So we do get money, but most of it goes to personnel, and we normally do function from 10,000 to take. So with that, it's not enough, but we work hard so that we can generate revenue, so then that way we can provide our services. And on a quarterly basis, we do always and try to meet our goals for each quarter, and then always looking at our budget to make sure that we're on the timeline of our spending of where we need to be at a certain time within the quarter. Procurement, any FMIS certification, anything. They're all certified. I know some of the requirements is at least 2 individuals. Get certified. The SNO, we have all of our certifications. our staff. So ADE that comes first, so just know that we are a revenue generating program, but we do a lot of our trainings and the next one is a training. So there's orientation that comes in categories of orientation, technology, development, cultural, and mandatory. So one of them in orientation is the NIMSO base. Now, we really have a lot of acronyms. So when I first came to the Navajo Nation, I needed to train myself and learn what all these acronyms are all about. So NIMSO, Navajo Nation Employee Service Orientation. Actually, for the new employees onto the Navajo Nation, and it could also be a refresher. And the NIMSO, we bring together DPM, each service that do come on our agenda, they talk about their program. They orientate the new employees. So that's very, very important. And our technology area, we do have the Word, the Excel, PowerPoint, Publisher, Access 2019. So we're slowly but surely progressing. We're at 2019 now, and then of course we're doing Zoom and then basic computer. Computer, yada hasenda. On those needs, Intico at A, the she's but the husband, evening, the program. We always tell them, come on in and we train you, we can train you in areas. So that's the technological part of it. Other one, the development, customer service, energy, work ethics, communication, phone etiquette, and then now, just fairly new, we have our CPR, first aid, and AED. And we actually got permission to do that in person, but only to a limited amount, such as alcohol. But that doesn't mean that we stop there. We are open to other areas, and it has, not only put a lot of stress or put a stop a lot of things, but yet we continue to strategize as to what else we can do. And we only have 3 training instructors, and then I also train myself as well. Then comes our cultural part of it. Navajo Nation field, last year we had a session at the office where we invited the individual that produced it. And he was able to talk about like growth, and he was able to, session for us through the Zoom session.
Chair, sorry for interrupting. This is Leonard. I have Honorable Wanika here in BNF.
Thank you, Mr. Mose. Let me pause the proceedings. Honorable Edison Wanika, could you introduce yourself to the folks on the in-person and the Zoom as well as the teleconference work session?
Chair, members of the Health Committee, Arnold Smoyat and Gitschnizo Aro, Arenda Ismoflagi, Yate, Deba Higwinson. I had another meeting on Zaunholji. I thought it would be done before this meeting started, but I'm glad I was able to make it to this work session. Ikiha she ya Edison J Wanika chiji to Kesin ti ado ya base pass and to Toho so Oak Springs and St. Michael's are ba sanasta for by Queenston I don't did actually in Slint Hapa passes chain Kia Ani that's a chedo to the Chine that's another without it then because honestly I did the Shido list for there's some people here at the BNF conference room, so I really appreciate it. I wish we could start having a meeting person to person without a yat in so on. This case, I think now just because here, chair.
Okay, at last, it's silly. Yeah, when we are toward the first of the month, there's all kinds of requests for our attendance. We appreciate you coming to the meeting, to the work session. Let's proceed back to the presentation.
Okay, I should have, honorable when you come Jamie Yago, quite conference. Oh, Hashnet Quaggy. A cultural part of it, the Chiniki training, a Navajo Nation seal, little flag, any calendar. Although all that just being she a she do yata husband that you know it was not so he that any space or high it was not so she that any a army commission days in the school a yakudo Kirchwischnetto. Ako kung ni o sa tao ya kung dash has tado sa training in level na ya ako ide na tinda di this ebe is not for the should be my colleague to hit up so it was off the additional I'm gonna call upon Sarah Hyatt or Ramondo Claw for the sexual harassment awareness part of it. If she could only Hamado.
Hi, again, good morning. I've been here again, Ramondo Claw and the chef. Change, father to change, especially the Canela. Again, I've been in Navajo Nation for about 10 months now as a training instructor. And so I'm very thankful for this opportunity again to meet with you all this morning. Again, good morning. A pleasure to meet you as well. Yeah. Okay. Again, since I've been in Navajo Nation, I have been, you guys hear me? Please to mute. Oh, yeah. That's the tag back anyway. So, again, I have been in the there for 10 months, and I have been tasked with doing a sexual harassment training, which I do conduct every Monday. And last year, I had started in 2021. I did instruct about the entire region. I trained about 1,600 individuals. So far this year, so far, up to here recently in April for this fiscal year, I'm already at 2,000. So a lot of individuals are taking this training, and it's very beneficial and has been revised and making it a little bit shorter to where we're able to address this issue of sexual harassment and how we have this Navajo Nation executive order that was signed back in 2016 to kind of reinforce the procedures as well as how we deal with these type of harassment in the workplace. So definitely something that, again, a lot of people aren't really familiar with when they first join on, and it's something that is very important in ensuring the work safety of a lot of individuals around our area. So I do conduct polling, and I also do conduct questionnaires during this training, and a lot of the feedback on that is that, yes, a lot of people are still experiencing these types of situations in the workplace. Unfortunately, if I was to give percentages, we're basically sitting at 1 in 3 individuals have experienced something in the workplace, whether it happened with them or it happened with somebody that they work with. And when it comes to reporting, which is something that definitely needs to have some changes, is when it comes to reporting, 45% of individuals don't feel like reporting anything because they feel like nothing will be done, and that's unfortunate when you see those statistics and you hear about a lot of experiences that individuals have. So again, this is something that, it does affect a lot of individuals within the workplace, and I'm very excited as well as determined to make a change when it comes to this topic. So that's what we do with the sexual harassment awareness. And again, it is required for everybody basically to take this class once every year. So. And then moving on, I do work with the leadership that we have on our courses. I'll cover leadership and bloodborne pathogens. And so with that here again, bloodborne pathogens is a part of the CPR first aid. It's an additional course that we'll offer here soon. And so again, that's just some other things to help in place of safety when it comes to the workplace, knowing how to perform first aid, CPR, and AED. I have been doing training for that still. For the last couple of weeks in person at the program buildings or offices wherever they're able to have space for as you conduct that training, and everything is with the mannequins that we are provided. So we do a lot of hands-on skill training, again, something that is definitely needed to have, and hopefully something we never have to use. Leadership courses, I have developed 5 courses, and they are all in regards to mentoring and coaching, how to be a leader 101. Basically, sometimes individuals have never been in a leadership capacity, so it can be a little overwhelming. And so I do cover that as well in the leadership courses, a little bit of different types of training, leadership management skills that you can have, communicating, again, as well as how to do conflict resolution. So these are a lot of things that we have developed as well, and so we're just looking forward to moving forward and conducting that training here soon as well. And that would be, for now, a virtual learning that we go through. So those are the things that I do teach here. And again, thank you guys for your time. And I'm always open for questions, as well as anyone here that is always open for questions. So I'm going to turn this over to now civility in the workplace with Ms. Vera Hyatt.
Mr. Halona is Mr. Slater, Mr. Daniel So, Nana Edison Monica, Charlie So, Colby upon ego handy bed, they have 3 dollars to and to what the host, the Mickey and National. I don't know that it what is our engine on this? At the instant that it no cool. As I've been taking the jet of what excuse me. What I get things in the store, things that is not that is not what found that is never that was cut on the chapter house, but in the house, and you mentioned that in the shop, what that I should for one lane, I'm not for cashing yet, the husband, I don't, yes, that has never. What should they mean? But think I can understand that the hot Michigan. I don't know, now, not Michigan, or I don't think I should say, what federal. Actually, employees of the Chicago significant, emails and what ethical, what na reason auto so question youth conference, healing conference, marketing conference, nothing can manage. Esta Disney non da quindi e si per nace to confio totally that it no can mishiki it neto less aro story I know cut there we should check that you for this the never not the never saw they up a year when she stands there and that's it not a we hit the door list on this what about here they are that okay now what you can there isn't we should know what are you to out of California they are United States they host what are we should could not shun no okay not on the not and help this one does this that is no could in media so none at all this
Claw and I although on shift على الخطوة traditional even yet although the although they بسنده بالنسبة لنا أي كمية خدمية هو أشي إذا هو أخذ أي أي بتعمل زندان ده أي أخذ أي بين مستعملين أقول من أنا نصبتي أي نادنش أخذ professional development on shifty staff and clinic, Navajo Nation employees of that entity. We here at Staff Development and Training are almost all certified training instructors. So we're really looking forward to when we actually get all of our certifications, that we have something to show for it to say that, these are some of the things that we've taken upon ourselves and to do this and but anyhow, so going back to my presentation, we're all looking forward to getting certified and some of the services that we've actually or what am I trying to say? The training outlets that we've actually tapped into is the Landry Learning Services, the Paf Group entity, and we're also still looking for others that we can tap into to professional development. So that's really important when it comes down to staying with the times, especially when we entered the COVID-19, when this pandemic came around, there was still a way, I know there was a way that we could do this. That's how we came into the virtual online. So yo bada haning zinda dande kadeya ashon bada we go bada che ya think meeting and the da thinking for taking that we can although the next not niche projects and initiatives okay training department, we want to become a resource hub too. Doesn't matter if it's like brochures or flyers that we can give out. It would be something that we can provide for our customers. Customers ranging from, first, our Navajo Nation employees, outside entities, other schools. So that's something that we're looking forward to do as well. Auto open houses, that's any that coincides with the marketing behind next. So that people can at least come to our building or get to know us like we're doing right now. So we get to know one another, what this program is about, and we're always open to recommendations, constructive criticism, suggestions, or even just to come in and talk to us and say, hey, you know what, Dpm case so So those are some of the projects that we're actually looking at, initiatives from administrative week, in a planning stage. So at the end of April, we want to have administrative weeks in that week so that our employees can have professional development, get a little bit more of a background of educating yourself. So those we are open to. Like others. That those things they are important, like our 3-year strategic plan that we have put in place, and slowly but surely we're getting there to brainstorm and put together, we say the pathway, our mission, how we're going to do these things. Our emergency action plan as well, it's in a draft form. We're going to send it up to NOSHA and have them look at it, because safety is really important. Safety is probably one of the biggest things that we can offer to not just ourselves, not just to our visitors, but our Navajo Nation employees in general, and those that do come and visit and come to the building. And then establishing continuing education units for training that, we're hoping that in the future we're able to do that. It's right now it's in progress, and one of the universities that we're actually working with is the Navajo Technical University. And again, when we put these curriculums together, we have to really look at who we are serving. Implement our teachings, we implement, our way of life, things like that. And then looking at our government, what words, what shall we put in there? So we make it our own. The curriculum becomes us, our own, and then we send it over to NTU, and then they look at it and see if it's good enough, then they can be able to establish the CEU for our trainees as well. A strategic management plan. We don't want to overwhelm you, since this is just an intro of who we are. We want you to learn about us, that oversight listening. We want you to know who we are, and that's why we are here today. The next one, let's go to the next slide. This one to me is really important. After doing all of this, our next slide is about the plan of operation. Plan of operation. Have that. Fund management plan. We also have that as well. because earlier I indicated that we are a revenue generating program. Ako the plan of operation, it was passed, it was an amendment, an amendment that was made back in 2012 on May 16th. So earlier, that was when the staff development was established almost 33 years ago. So being the those things, present a mental. So those will be forwarded to you. We have our packets here. I know some of the members are online. Don't need to email it. Those links we thought you guys would be here, but we have your packets here. And we ask that you read it for us too, because we're also reading it. We're looking at it to make some amendments, to revise it. So our resolution is HEMY-013-12. And it was passed on May 16th as an amendment that were made. So, we're open again, like I said, for recommendations, suggestions, and we're looking at a timeline, and then has been our oversight that maybe one of you or all of you can become our sponsor to revise and amend our plan of operations. The same thing with the fund management plan, Echo Basel as Indiki, legislation number BFAP-07-04, and that one was passed on April 6, 2004. Again, the same concept of recommendation, suggestion, and we're here for the people that we need, that we work for our people, and then our Navajo Nation employees. Today case, so and then it opens up when you're presented with these things. That it opens up, and with case with presentation at although next one last slide, I know I only have 4, but one of the other things would be the last one that we want to talk about. And the challenges. I know sometimes we don't really like to talk about it, but we have to. If we don't talk about it, we can't fix it. And the challenges that we have at staff development and training department is, first one right now, this just happened to us. Our department building, our building got closed down by NOSHA due to positive test results of asbestos, mold, and lead as of last week, Friday, April 1st, 2022. So we actually just, we didn't have enough time to take things out, but although it's a setback, we're going to still move forward. These challenges us stronger, makes us more determined, and makes us more motivated. And I say that because during the COVID-19, which still poses a challenge in all aspects, our work, our family, and our life, but we were still open. We were still doing sexual harassment awareness training. We were still doing the NIMSO because we need to. And then another challenge is our travel restrictions. Of course, that's kind of across the board for everybody. It's still in place, but still is the best policy to bring numbers down in virus cases. And again, OPVP did, talk about going into a different status, and we're at 75%, but we do have to have that challenges in the home. We have to have those, and these are our challenges, and this is you know, we're dealing with right now. And one of the things that, after learning about our building testing positive for asbestos, mold, and lead, that's one of the things, again, earlier I talked about safety. Safety is key. We need, and I advocate on behalf of our Navajo Nation employees, we have to be safe. Hey, being you know, like for me, and coach and stuff, those for instance, don't get it, no, something he got the whole up. So, not in the dark and stuff for instance. Probably in the stuff that was no, so that was since I get it, no, that need to get that hit though, because that needs to. They fire hit, they action the hormone, and so, so catch she got the whole day. Oh, even that she could speak on it. Although the PowerPoint who's soldiers give you an insight of who we are and where we're at right now. Right now we're teleworking, we're working from home, and in due time, perhaps we'll find a place to move into. But I have said that if I'm going to move into another Navajo Nation building, I want to make sure that it's free of all of these things. So with that, you know, we are open to discussion on any of the topics that we covered before we conclude our presentation.
Okay, the system must have put me on mute. I had la in kitchen down so net to hashing so Nimanish they no senegi ben natchet. Either Shani Dasa with Adoli. So committee members, do you have any questions? Committee members? Okay, from the chair's perspective, you talked about the plan of operation and the need for an amendment. Do you have a draft?
Yes, we're currently working on, there is a draft, but we also want to get recommendations and even just the feedback from, as I put in my agenda, you know, rate setting, our fees, we change that, or does it stay the same? You know, those kind of questions. We have to stay within what other programs, maybe departments, large. So does the fund management stay as fund management, or does it change to, it's in your packet, so that we kind of want to see if that goes under expenditure plans. Done, Hickey? So I do have one that, we started to strike out, and then some days you look at it again, maybe I shouldn't do this, not just, so it is, a work in progress right now.
That blue font, the blue folder, right? Chair, this is Leonard. The information that she's talking about, they're in the blue folders here in the office. I'll put them in your mailbox once the meeting's over. And I think she mentioned that she'll email you guys a copy as well.
Okay. I guess the main thing is you have to work closely with your DOJ attorney, that all the aspects are covered. If there's going to be amendments to the plan of operation that will affect policies, then that's going to take further review. Once it passes the executive branch review, then it would come to the committee or one of the delegates to sponsor the legislation. So it seems like without having a draft, you're asking us for recommendations. It's going to take some time. As Mr. Mose stated, you know, we're just now today going to be seeing the what you have presented. So that would be one item that I would highlight to you as we move forward. As far as the fund management plan, and since it's a revision to the plan of operation that you're asking for, the committee, Health, Education, and Human Services, is the final authority on that plan of operation. As far as the fund management plan, that would be, the final authority would be the Budget and Finance Committee. And perhaps, and Mr. Chatabeda provide me guidance on that. From HES, BNF, would it need to go to NABI and the council?
Yeah, Chair, thank you. Looking at the Title II, and that part of approving the plan of operation, you would just do the oversight. That's the final authority. And then the fund management plan aids being Thanks.
Yeah, Lancer Che. So with Ayla, and as we go forward, we will look at it once that document is ready for legislation. I know that some of the presentations is dependent, and the training is dependent upon what is required for the staff within a particular division. But those trainings that apply to all Navajo Nation programs and staff, you know, that I would say it takes several tracks as far as what a curriculum would follow. And so that's the part I think is, and more than likely it would also take coordination, collaboration with other programs, most specific OEH, NOSHA, even EPA. So those are some things that I see from where I'm at, that this plan of operation really has to afford that aspect. But Ayla, committee members, do you have any other comments or questions that you want to present to staff? Committee members and staff, Ms. Benali and Mr. Beta, do you have additional comments or questions you would like to pose?
Chair, this is Chad Beta. One of the things, so if I could be a part of the any meetings for any changes to the plan of operation, Gloshi, I'd like to be also included in that. That way I know what's going on, and also during the legislative process, I can be much more aware of what's going on. Idea.
Cecilia, Honorable Edison Winika, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. Members of the committee, around the Ismaftangi. Chidi anahoti hanengi challenges ge large ge do yoshiti adani in buildings lada is to jo they're not upkeeping them to jo the benda nishta. But chidi besada el khala. Because did they get another building or halate a beslanish? A question in large and hit that a koro bakati lawaki halate our yat etola on someone's case. Because overscore the legislature on an day now, card with last ajo nana kaito nitla. A co with ado yash holder, the Nicky staff to jo hard but has argo. जो खासिल सोबनान निशिके आस आन सागवे या बनान निशिता युसन ला इधे या लाजन लोंग बेहादिस अरो खुन नेगे ती the never zada निनगे जो you say you're getting calls को जो the निखिता नेक अशिया देल थींदे खासिन दो you तो नेक अशिया दाल थींदा तो खुदा निखिबान सी केसो नीचन से they need to compete on नीचन. So they need to become efficient in the English language because that's where they're going to be without CKs. Class without needs to little bit no. Joe Quay be salt Tahnahan. Aruda need a nebazadi horse out store. So in the case store, I should out to your either list up on hot then hadn't so quite. I could I see now. The next as you do, I get out then hadn't so a question hit up with GST. I need us after you just to a chin long as yes to a they become more efficient in their learning. Joe quiet to is it on me with a co-aid even national I said with the yell to since to yet a Ako, Shadani, Juti, certain delegates, your heart at that, and later and that, let's make the Navajo language, the official language of the Navajo Nation, own the hunt nito. Ako, Delia, she'll stop at zero. The Nahalchin bin on $18. Joe, quiet over there. Ako, your chair. Thank you.
Yeah, lunch. I'm glad you're there in person to really pay attention. Committee members, going forward, I guess we would need to confer with Division of General Services. As far and like the thing that really stymies me is, you know, the discovery of asbestos just now, where it's been a pre-existing whenever it's determined that asbestos was a cancer-causing element. It's been pre-existing, and then to finally say today our staff are being exposed. It's like, okay, many of our Navajo employees have transitioned through that facility. And right now it's just like it's an emergency, but it's a pre-existing condition. And so in that aspect, it just, I'm a little, and for us right now, 6 of us that are on this committee, we're back in. Almost like it's our first term. And then to find out that this is an aspect of the folks that are with training and development. This is what they have to deal with. I know that the Division of Natural Resources up at the old BIA headquarters, that's where they were office. That went through a cleanup. Many staff had health complications from it. And so it's like, okay, how do we best proceed? Committee members, I wish perhaps on the 13th, we could meet in person and meet with our presenters and staff from Division of General Services, so that we can at least proceed to identify facility or facilities to where our personnel can work out of. Those are my thoughts, committee members.
Chair.
Oh, Cecilia.
Thank you, Chair, members of the committee. Tasibiga ho, ukutaw idat kinsa banda diting. Tata ukutaw alabi kilkan na ho, obas na ho just. So the 13th on Shinjono, there will be supporting your recommendation.
Miss Angelita Benali, give me some guidance. We still have more items with all the programs that are associated with Division of Human Services. When all those presentations are done, is then that time where we could basically accept the report and offer the recommendation for meeting with General Services.
That would be correct, Mr. Chair and members of the HES.
Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Yes, that would be correct. I had to, I apologize. I had to step away for a little while just to check on some scheduling for HES's future meetings. And so I didn't catch the last part of the discussion where General Services is involved. But if you do, choose a date, the staff myself will work on those future dates.
Thank you, Ms. Benali. Okay, so let's proceed to the next segment. Next will be Department of Personnel Management, 5B. Ms. Benali, review that particular work session item.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Committee.
Yeah, Mr. Chair and members of the Health, Education, and Human Services Committee, 5B, according to your work session agenda, is by the Department of Personnel Management regarding an update. And it's regarding the Navajo Nation personnel positions, the vacancies, and those hired, the positions hired personnel to date. The vacancies and hires relevant to the following Navajo Nation departments: the Navajo Department of Health, the Department of Aging and Long-Term Care Services under DSS. Also, the coordination of background checks with school board members with DHR. And that affects the Department of Dene Education, along with the Bureau of Indian Education. Presenters are Ms. Thomasita Woody, the Human Resource Director, Department of Human Resource Administration, Baron Garcia, Human Resource Recruitment Manager with DPM, and Jolene at City, Delegated Supervisor from the Office of Background Investigations under DHR, and Dr. Cecilia Fowler, Executive Director, Department of Human Resources. Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Benali. Tsui, Dr. Fowler, are you on the call?
Oh, Shache, Yate, I am on the call. And I want to appreciate our Department of Personnel Management and Staff Development for actually accepting our work session. Ms. Whitty and Mr. Garcia will provide some updates and some of the next steps where we need additional support on. And just before I give her the floor, I was not available earlier. I did present a presentation related to customer service regarding our Division of Human Resources webinar. Next week, I will be presenting on the sexual harassment awareness. And then the month of May, the leadership skills and other techniques for the next month. So we are opening these trainings for our overall Navajo Nation employees and other enterprises. So we did have a good turnout this morning. That building, and I did inform leadership of proper guidance and direction. We will work closely with Department of General Service and Facility Maintenance. We need some cooperation from that group, so I'll be setting up those meetings as early as next week to see where we can relocate them if need be. But I do have two divisions in that building, one being staff development and one being the Office of Background Investigation. So we are working together, and there are other sections of the building that most likely will be tested, and I did properly communicate that with other occupants in that particular building. Members of the HES committee and also on the call. At this time, I'd like to hand it off to Ms. Thomasita Woody for Department of Personnel Management. Thank you, Shiche.
So, Ms. Woody, you have the work session floor.
Good morning. Dpm Thomasita Woody and She. Twatsothing Shnadot Trabahan Bashish Chin, Kia Ani Dashiche Dots and Jenny Dashinale. I'm originally from Steamboat Canyon. Thank you, Dr. Fowler, for your input there. It's very important that the audience knows, you know, the transitions in terms of our presentation here. And then also I'd like to extend my appreciation to Health, Education, and Human Services Committee for allowing this work session. I was, you know, looking forward to the in-person, but, you know, situations are the way they are. And so I'm hoping that through this presentation, we'll be able to provide you some hard copies, and we'll send it up to legislative there today so that you will all have a copy of it. Some of the things that we're going to present today is not just an update on some items, but to give you some insight in terms of what we've been working towards here at DPM and what the, you know, challenges, our accomplishments, and our improvements that we're looking forward to implement. So, you know, just to provide you that, I do, again, thank you for the time and attention. And I'm going to go ahead and have throughout the presentation, I'll provide that on screen. And then I will also have Mr. Garcia, you know, introduce himself right after me. And then as soon as he is complete, then I will start the presentation and just provide you again the overview of things that we're working towards. Mr. Garcia.
Okay, well, good morning, everybody. My name is Farron Garcia. I am the HR recruitment manager for the recruitment section of Department of Personnel. I've actually have our main goals really want to make sure that we're going to be focusing on what our presentation is really about around the vacancies. But again, chair and committee members, thank you for giving us the opportunity to allow us to give our objectives as well as our challenges, and not only that, our success that we've been facing so far with DPM. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Garcia. I'm going to go ahead and share my screen with you all. Let's see. Give me a thumbs up if you can see my screen. Okay. Just as an introduction again, I'm Thomas C. Twitty. I'm the DPM Human Resources Director, and been through other tribal countries, tribal nations. Human Resources Department came in and said, there were some things that we wanted to, that Dr. Fowler had in mind. And so we just started, I started looking at processes and started looking at what we can do to really enhance how we operate here at DPM. I know a lot of the concerns have been voiced in the past. And so we said, okay, one of the major things that we need to do is look at our structure here at DPM. Let me put that on here. If you look at our DPM organizational structure, we do have the DHR, which is Division of Human Resources, and Dr. Fowler, Division Director, myself. In the near future, we're looking at operations and development section, who will oversee all of operations and also oversee the development of how we will utilize this position to not only seek out operations, but also the development piece. And it's somewhat of like the same thing that training and development do, but more on a professional level. We do have a lot of professionals throughout the organization. And so developing a specific program for professional development. So, just to kind of give you an idea of the challenges we've had. And I think those were expressed, very, very firmly to our department. And that was, the situations where DPM is a bottleneck, and there's too many processes, and there's a lot of things that we are challenged with, trying to get people paid, PAFs, so on and so forth. So with that, we also had situations, not to air out some dirty laundry, but, as an example, we do have a lot of people who have left the organization, and some of those individuals are still in the system. So looking at it from a quality control standpoint and saying, okay, we need to have a person who is going to do quality control even within our own processes here at DPM. We do have several department or sections under my leadership, job and classification and compensation. We do have staff that are within those areas. Employee relations, we're looking at enhancing employee relations in the near future. Records management, we do have a supervisor who oversees all of the records for DPM, in turn, ensuring that those records are managed properly and kept safe. And then we have recruitment. It's mainly recruitment manager, but or recruitment section, but we're going to add on recruitment and retention. We'd like to retain employees, for the organization. We know that it costs time and money if we build up a person, and at that point, and then just to have them leave. So, looking at our training and retention program, we do have an IT manager who we just recently hired a month ago. This individual is going to be responsible for not only maintaining our IT infrastructure, but also maintaining our plan to implement a human resources management system.
Ms. Woody?
Yes.
This is Ralph. Yeah, we can still just see your home screen. I'm not sure if you're referencing your org chart within your presentation, but just want to give you a courtesy notice.
Okay, I'm gonna see where I'm at here. Oh, okay. I think I'm looking at the wrong screen. I apologize. That one?
Yes, you're good to go.
All right. I have two screens in my office, so I apologize for that. So just to give you an overview again, we do have job classification and compensation, employee relations, records management, recruitment and retention, IT, and human resources management. That's specifically for DPM. We're also looking again under development and more in line with professional development in the near future. Some of DPM strategic goals and objectives. When I first came in, I wanted to understand the concerns, the internal processes within DPM. So we do have two areas that became a much higher of a concern. And so priority was derived at trying to understand those particular processes. So coming in, looking at the classification and pay section, we have what is called position classification questionnaire. So if a new position is recommended or requested or is budgeted, that's where we would start the whole process with the PCQ. In that, the PCQs are designation of sensitive positions, meaning that will the position require a person to be working with children or the elderly? And will they have will they have access to confidential information, and how much of that does that derive from a person in that particular position that would have to be designated as a sensitive position? So we have to have background investigations for those particular areas. Employment performance appraisal form, which is what we call the EPAF, two situations that we have: exempt and non-exempt. So mainly when you're an exempt employee, you're probably more than likely in a supervisory role or a leadership role. Non-exempt, of course, are anybody who is paid by the hour. So then we have step increase and merit bonus recommendations and a bonus review committee. My concern has come forward in terms of reviewing this particular section, particularly the bonus review committee and the EPAFs. So I'm not exactly sure. Back in maybe 2017-18, it was changed to recommend a bonus review committee. The intent there was great, but there's certain situations that I still am trying to understand in terms of, say for instance, somebody's recommended for a merit, and because one department or that particular department that's recommending a merit, one person may not be updated. The recommendation at that point is the committee rules unfavorable, so the person is not receiving merit. So those are just examples of situations that I've encountered and reviewed. So we're going to go back and revisit that and hopefully bring that before HES committee as a policy change or a policy review. Support services handle a majority of our personnel action forms. Every time that I speak about PAFs or the processes of, there's a responsibility between our department and payroll. So there's always that connection between the two departments because of payroll and because it involves staff. Personnel action forms are basically notices that could derive from many, many reasons: address change, salary change, merit increases, so on and so forth. So it's our documentation basically to say that there was a change in a particular employee's, whether it was wage or their information. So we also have position control. Position control basically is understanding our filled positions and our vacant positions and what's budgeted. So those are two areas that position control oversees. Another example would be general wage adjustments. General wage adjustments basically are, something that we do on an annual basis. Some organizations call it cost of living adjustment. In this case, it's general wage adjustment. So looking at our goals and objectives, certain things had to happen. So I had to review, okay, we don't have personnel. We're missing really important pieces in order for us to function and to say, okay, this is how I need to derive and look at my team. We hired a senior HR technician who works with our employee relations specialist. We hired a recruitment manager. We hired an IT manager, and then several positions that will be funded through the FRF program. These are going to be very vital to how we proceed forward with our human resources management system. Again, looking at training and development in the near future, we're looking at supervisor training. We see a need in mediation training. We see a need in investigation training and human resource employment law training, so that people have the basics in terms of the type of requirements that is needed or knowledge that is needed when you're dealing with human resources or personnel. And the next one, of course, we still need to move forward with the Navajo Nation DPM policies and procedures. And we need to complete this with the HES committee rather soon. So that may be something that we'll put onto the agenda for completion. The DPM had internal improvement plans. When I was looking at situations or problems that are happening within DPM, I'm always using the expression of you can't just put a Band-Aid over a bleeding heart. You have to be able to come in and really make that assessment so that you're able to really get your full team involved, which is in this instance, it would be the staff within DPM. So on March 7th, we implemented an improvement plan with 2 sections would be support services and position control. So we reassigned these particular positions to more senior human resources oversight. So far, we have tomorrow, April 8th, we're going to have the review of that improvement plan and see if we're going to move into phase 2. Now, there's phase 1 and phase 2. Those basically are documentation that you saw on our website in terms of how we're making some changes internally within DPM. So the next part I wanted to bring to your attention is one of our major goals within DPM is to implement a human resources management system. What is a human resources management system? Basically, it's a suite of software applications used to manage human resources and related processes throughout the employee's life cycle. And HRMS is what it's called, enables an organization to fully understand its workforce while staying compliant and changing tax and labor regulations. HR administrators and HR staff are the primary users, primarily because HR is responsible for compliance and performance reporting. This human resources management system will work with other Navajo Nations departments to empower managers and employees with self-service for common tasks. And it's easily attainable and user-friendly features, very useful in generating workforce trends and business implications. So that's been the preface when I came in and said, why isn't the nation investing in a really good management system for its organization? So then I was challenged with, well, we'd like for you to institute and develop the RFP. So that's what I did, develop and issue the RFP on February 1st. We went through this whole scheduling, which was the mandatory bid meeting. We had the RFP questions and responses. We had the RFP due date and the official opening of the human resources proposal, the interviews with those vendors who submitted their bids and cost proposals. And then we started the evaluation and selection process with our bid tabulation and in finalizing who would be the final vendor we would then choose and then award the vendor. At this point, we're still at the process of completing the 164 process that is required for the nation. As far as information, we did have 8 vendors attend a pre-bid meeting, which was really significant for us. None were priority 1 or 2 with business regulatory. 4 vendors submitted their bids and cost proposals on the deadline. Ceridian, Insight Public Sector, Real-Time Solutions, UKG. And so as of last week on Friday, we completed our final interview. So we're in the process of moving this forward. The one thing that I wanted to point out with this human resources management system is the opportunity for the organization. And you see all these bottlenecks that happen, situations with our processes, which is all manual, by the way. The likelihood and room for error really increases. So what we're trying to do is not only make it user-friendly, available for, a good example would be for recruitment. A manager wants to hire a position. They go through the process, which would be a job requisition, go through the approval process with OOC, OMB, and DPM. And then at that point is then posted. The supervisor then can review the information right in their screen. So then they have complete and total access to that. Once it gets advertised and put into recruitment, then applicants can apply for the position. So in real time, once the applicant applies for the position and it's submitted, the supervisor and DPM will be able to view those, the credentials of the applicant. So you kind of see the process move, really fast, and it's in real time. Now, to implement this whole human resources management system is going to take, we do have a timeline, and we did say to the vendors that we want the system to be built, and we're going to conform to that system. Right now, DPM is working with finance or OOC and what they call the JD Edwards Oracle system. It's human resources information system. It's mainly a financial system, and it has what they call HR modules to it. But what we need and what it was discussed is that DPM needs a human resources management system more in tune of managing personnel and managing those processes, whether it would be performance evaluations, training and development, records, employee relations, classification. All of these pieces have to be part of what we are trying to accomplish. Benefits is another one, retirement, training and development. So, the differences in systems are the fact that, okay, you have OOC who has their financial system. and it's tied in with a payroll that has the human resources modules, but they're really difficult in terms of how we're trying to really make this user friendly. We want every manager, every employee to have access to it. The other piece to this is a time and attendance system, so that, you know, we don't have to use the red ink, you know, and send manual timesheets over to payroll. You have the options of clocking in at your desktop. You have the options of clocking in, like for police officers, they'll have the options of having their badge or their clock, the little cards at dispatch, so that when they're leaving their home, they can just call dispatch and say, okay, I'm calling into work now. So the dispatchers will be able to do that. And there's other mechanisms that can be done. We do have the options for mobile and stuff. So those are still things that we're also reviewing. The one part to this, and the very important piece to all of this, is ensuring that there's safety, that the information that is in the system is going to be maintained, and it's going to be safe, and that nobody can have access to it. And it's very user friendly. So those are things that I've been tasked with, and very appreciative at the fact that I've been able to work with the committee to develop this. Let's see. The next part I'm going to go ahead and turn over to Mr. Garcia, and he's going to provide you some insight in terms of the job vacancy listing and what that really means, and provide you some insight in terms of statistics, data, so that you have an understanding of situations that we're encountering here at DPM as well. So, Mr. Garcia.
Thank you, boss. Well, yes, good afternoon, everybody. As mentioned, I will be sharing a little bit of a portion around our vacancies and the processes that are really followed in place. But first of all, I definitely would like to share success that we've actually seen from the time being that I've been here within DPM, which has been February 14th of my new hire date. We've been really focusing on, it's very strategic and very meticulous on how things are actually presented here within our recruitment section, on how we currently see vacancies and how they actually appear on the website. So I do have 3 personnel besides myself that actually will be assessed, that assess all positions for the Navajo Nation. Not only that, we have partnerships that we have generated with our divisions where they actually do their own assessments as well. So when DPM actually receives those applications, we assess the first portion of the application, and then it gets sent over to the division where they do their own assessments. We provided qualitative assessment trainings for individuals who want to be qualified to do these assessments for either if it's the division or once they're hired within DPM, they're able to go ahead and do that. So if you take a look at this slideshow, it does show that since April 5th, 2022, we've seen so many positions that are currently vacant. And the reason why these positions that are currently vacant is because we've seen a huge tremendous of employees that have been retired, as well as those that have been like either resignation / termination. So that's the reason why these positions are currently still there. Going along with success measures too as well. The process, once we do receive applications here within DPM, they do get assigned to 1 or 2 other individuals. And we've actually assessed those applications. We do the QA assessments, and I have a great team that actually handles everything from the job announcements, vacancies, which is the JVAs, posting these positions on the website. And if the division actually, or a department says, you know, we need to take this position off because it's currently going to be filled, everything is done in pretty much real time. All the assessments are done daily. So there's actually no documentation that's currently been either stale dated or that has been sitting on our desk. We've actually got really a fast measure and utilizing a fast-paced environment to getting all of this stuff taken care of for the division, but not only that, for the applicant itself. We've seen success with other divisions that are currently seeking help. We've actually been reaching out to the divisions and actually showing them what we're going to be focusing on with the qualitative assessments and any type of coaching. So a lot of the divisions have been really receptive to the coaching. And if you take a look at the Department of Personnel position vacancy report, this shows you a summary by division. So if you take a look at it, the division of CDC, they have 49 positions that were funded by the general funding, which shows at a $1.6 million. And if you look at the external, it's 2.6 with 66 positions that are currently open. With other budgets that are also familiarized with both with DCD, you are currently looking at 6,326 with a total of 116 positions that are currently advertised, but not only that, that are currently vacant. So they're looking at a total overall budget of $4.3 million. The same thing goes for the division of Dene Education, the Economic Development, General Services, DOH, Human Resources, Natural Resources, Public Safety. And if you look at all of these, they're currently pretty high. And if you notice that Department of Health has over $11 million, that is pretty high. And they currently will service 351 current vacant positions. The transportation, we currently see at 1.2, as well as the Department of Justice at 1.2. Environmental Protection Agency, we see that it's at $843,000 that are currently listed for overall budget. OMB is at $528,000. Navajo Nation Tax Commission is at $129,000. As well as the Office of Controller at $2.2 million. OPVP at 2.4, and Legislative Branch. This is all three branches that are all incorporated in this summary sheet at 975, but a grand total of 331 positions that are currently totaled. Within general, taking a look at the external of 1,071, and then other, as far as other expenditures, would be 167. Total overall budget for these positions with all three branches at 1,569 positions at $52 million. So as you see, there is a lot of money that's currently in place overall with budgets. And this is just going over a division summary for the vacancies. So this is just giving you a little bit information with what positions that are currently open, going just what's current on our website right now. So if you take a look at it, we have a lot of OUF positions that are currently advertised. And what we're really trying to do is right now is our main goal is to get these positions out of an OUF status to actually have a closing date. Because the reason for this is because it gives us a little bit more knowledge as far as success measured, how we're currently going to be measuring what's working well within the division or the department and what's currently a challenge right now. And what we're currently seeing with challenges with OUF positions at either if it's department or division level is we've seen positions that are currently applicants currently walking out of the pool of applicants for these positions. So meaning we see individuals that are at the department level, we see interviews that are currently not being held, but not only that, we see challenges as far as not selecting a good pool of applicants or at least two or one applicant per the poll. So we're trying to figure out and we're trying to measure the reason why, and we want to know what we can do to help these departments to fill these positions if they are currently getting at least 1 to 5 applicants per department or per position that's currently open right now. So that's what we're trying to do, which is a good success, but not only that, it's a challenge for us. Just giving you a little bit more history, these are all the current positions that are currently up and advertised. So we do take a look at these, all these JVAs, we do consistently get roughly averaging daily, maybe 1 to 15 JVAs per day. And what we've been calculated yesterday is that we've seen over 1,071 JVAs that applications that we've accepted from January up until March. JVAs that we currently see, we have upwards of 900 JVAs that we've seen from January to March, and those JVAs have been completed, have been budgeted. We do take a look at the vacancies and any supporting documents that have to follow in order for us to advertise a current position.
ODEC 4 unavailable.
The same thing, positions that are currently open on our website.
Subject : web.
So if you take a look at it here, this is a brief summary as far as what we currently look at with the vice president and president's positions as well. We've seen a lot of success with having some public defenders that are actually coming in. Right now, we're currently advertising a lot for the gaming regulatory. We did see that there was about maybe 8 positions that they've currently brought in within yesterday and a few days. We've actually had these posted right away as well, knowing that these positions are in dire need of individuals to be filling these positions. We get those fast and we get them out right away. So there's nothing that's currently sitting. So taking a look at the demographics of each position and how it's currently budgeted with either vacancies or any type of positions that are currently filled. Support services with position control actually provides demographics and statistics that will generate monthly as well as quarterly. So if you take a look at it here, the type of budgets, right now we've currently seen modifications in any type of contracts, any type of grants. We've seen that that's with position controls updates. So we currently see that there's 302 that have been modified. We do see types of funding by number of assignments. We see that by general funds, other as well as external. You see that it's been there's been assignments that have been made for 43 of those. And then any types of budgets that are currently funded for these employees. If you take a look at it, we have a grand total of 1,099.95. And that's also going in with what Tomasito was mentioning is the cost of living, any type of GWAs. We also have to really take a look into those positions that are going to be advertising. And if they do have a budget, we're able to go ahead and help with the vacancies. So if you take a look at it here, this is by the funding by each division, as I mentioned. And this is in going from January, February, and this is the average overall total for all of the branches that were mentioned earlier. If you take a look at it, we have a grand total at the bottom for each division by each month. So if you see it, it's continuously rising. It's on an upward trend, and we do fall in some areas that have been totaled as well as any type of vacancy positions. So if you take a look at the top slide, you'll see the total filled and vacant positions, and that's by trending by monthly. So right now we currently see that there's overall total average of 2,914 positions that have been totaled for those positions. So taking a look at this is for the overall total employee by employment status, both by regular as well as part-time. If you see that regular, we've currently seen an overall total of 4,519, and that's going with each of these position titles. If it's regular, part-time, seasonal, professional at will, political, these are all the categories that have been summarized by monthly from January, February, March, and we've seen a total that has been average of 4,004 positions. Ethnically, if you take a look and you break it down by ethnic groups as well, you can currently see that we do have 46 non-native personnel. So we have 46, we have one current Black person, Hispanic, we do have a total of 7. So Navajos, if you take a look at it, we have the highest rating of ethnics that are currently employed with the nation. So we have a grand total with all averaging with non-native would be 4,504. And if you want to get a little bit more detailed, we do break it down by gender as well. And that will tell you how many have been averaged out for the males. We have 1,716, females 2,788. And going by marital status as well, we have a total of 4,504, and veterans 4,504. So if you take a look at it, that's currently averaging all the demographics that really play into both gender, marital status, veterans, and type of work they currently do. The next slide. So if we take a look at this one too as well, these are PAFs that are currently, the types of PAFs that currently come in for these positions, and how support services and position control helps with the vacancies. So if you take a look at the personnel action codes as well as the personnel action, if you see that the resignation as well as retirement, they're pretty much more of the highest positions that are currently helping us get these positions to be vacant, but not only that, be able to be filled at the same time. And that's the reason why you currently see a lot of retention happening, is either because they've seen a lot of individuals that have been retired, and we're trying to get those positions filled. But these are the PAF processings, how we currently see with receiving, processed, as well as any type of that information that's been returned, and how many are currently pending. And that's going from January, February, and March. And we do currently see a quarterly total. If you take a look at the bottom, at 100% received, process, we have 49.2. And then we have any type of PAFs that have been returned, either if it's due to an error, a budget issue, we currently see at 10.9%, and pending 39.9. So those are currently pending, would be also the positions that are currently pending for budgets or any type of errors on their PAFs.
So that pretty much concludes our presentation that we wanted to share with the committee in relation to our endeavors within DPM, and how we would really request the support of the HES committee and going forward, and providing us that that guidance, that support, and so that we can accomplish these, goals and objectives that we have. We do know that situations that warranted PAFs, and people not being paid, is a good majority of that is because our requirements for PAF is on a timeline. So we can receive as much as 50 average 50 PAFs in a given day. And we have 2 people who are actually ensuring that these PAFs are processed. So a majority of times in reasons that we've been able to encounter to this point, and reasons why people aren't getting paid is because they're submitting timesheets to payroll, but not submitting PAFs to support a person not being paid, or a person to be paid, and it results in the person not being paid. So those are situations that we've encountered, is the reason why we had to make some necessary internal improvements, and also request one of the biggest factors in situations that we've encountered also was the fact that because we don't have an automated system, and when COVID hit, everything then became online. We didn't have a system that would help generate, the no contact. So, and it's the reason why we have a human resources management system that we're looking to bid for. So with that, say for instance, a department that is submitting a PAF submits it in bulk. So my staff over here in DPM did not know how to respond to those bulk emails. And a lot of times when people or departments were submitting them, they were really not high resolution information or documentation or supporting documentations to these PAFs. So a lot of times we couldn't see them. And so there's a lot of factors kind of played into situations that happen, but we've hopefully, we'll take a review of our internal improvements and then see where we stand, going forward. But the major part to this is once we do select the bidder and go through the 164 process, would be to implement the human resources management system and go live. Being that it's going to be aggressive, we would really appreciate, again, your support in how going forward this will help, not only DPM, but the whole Navajo Nation as a whole. So there you have it. And if you have questions, we'll be delighted to answer your questions. Thank you for your time and attention.
Thank you, Ms. Woody and Mr. Garcia. Committee members, do you have any questions? Comment? Committee members. Okay, since there are no questions, then the chair would like to pose some questions and make some comments. With all the vacancies that Mr. Garcia reviewed with the committee, what is the total salaries and wages for those vacant positions? And again, review the vacancy numbers.
Mr. Garcia, do you want to answer? Or do you want to respond?
Sure. I didn't hear the first portion of the question. May you please repeat, Chair?
It's not a matter of wanting to, you have to. I guess one of all the vacancies what is the salary and wages that go with those vacancies?
Mr. Garcia.
Okay, Chair. So if you take a look at here, as mentioned, the 3 current branches that are currently utilizing the funds, as mentioned, we do have a huge overall budget of $52,158,779 as far as total overall budgeted money that's for these positions of 1,569 positions. And that's going all overall with all 3 branches.
Thank you. And then the other follow-up question, how many pending PAFs do you have?
How many pending PAFs do we have?
Yes.
Mr. Garcia, I'm going to go ahead and share my screen. This is Thomasita. Hold on just a second. I apologize. I'm going to go ahead and share my screen. This is the monthly report that we submit.
Okay, good.
So if you look at for March, we have Brinelia, not to really use names, but we do have our support services who submit reports, their PAF information from March 1 to March 28, 2022. For the month of March, she received 377. Pending, we have like 110. Process, we have 194, and 73 were returned. And this is just one support services
186.
Personnel. We do have another support services technician who is in training at this point. So the amount of PAFs that she received was 45, 13 are pending, 32 are processed, and 0 are returned. We do have one of, she's in training, and so the trainer is also processing. So 142 were received, 8 pending, 100 processed, and 2 returned. We do have another individual who is processing PAFs, so received 270, pending 109, processed 368, and 45 were returned. So to give you specific numbers in terms of this, I would have to, I will get that to you. But
Actually got
that's
the
just
phone.
on a per employee basis that are processing PAFs.
I actually got the updated numbers for current pending PAFs for all Navajo Nation, with the exception of judicial, would be 286 pending PAFs right now, as of right now.
Thank you for that information, but I guess the big question is, what do you mean by pending? And then what do you mean by return? Return, does that mean it wasn't an acceptable PAF?
I can answer that. Pendings are usually waiting on the department to submit additional documentation so that they can process it going forward, and that way it's submitted. Process or return means that there wasn't sufficient information on the PAF to justify the reasons to a PAF being submitted. So there's, you know, on our website, we do have on there the sample PAFs for every situation, or at least a majority of the situations we encountered as to why a particular position or a PAF is returned. So a lot of it has to do with proper supporting documentation, whether it's legible, whether the budget information is accurate so that we can process them. So there's a lot of variables.
Are you still having to get the actual paperwork in front of you, or is the electronic processes acceptable to you?
It varies. We did have a situation that shut DPM down, and we believe, because we in terms of contract tracing, we believe that there was situations that maybe, you know, the documentation that was received had germs, and it resulted in my staff, you know, getting infected with COVID. And so it shut us down for a while, for maybe 2 days, which is not something we can afford to do. So we had to go and request that these documents be submitted electronic. And when I was stating earlier, when a department is submitting documentation to electronic, and if it's not visible to us, we can't verify the information. So it makes it much more difficult for us to process the PAFs. Now, mind you, also, what's really interesting to this is that throughout the whole entire Navajo Nation, mostly like general fund departments have a fiscal year that starts October 1 and ends September 30th. Other departments have different fiscal year endings, so we have to adopt to those as well. So like Doty, they have, I believe theirs starts earlier and ends, it's during the school year. So they don't get their general wage adjustment or their cost of living adjustment until towards the beginning of their new fiscal year. So doesn't coincide with us. That could be an example. So in terms of the question, basically, it just depends on whether the documents that are brought to DPM electronically are visible.
You on? Chairman, so we can't hear you if you're still on.
Oh, sorry about that. I had interruption. People are looking for me. They found me. I'm sorry I wasn't able to listen to the answer, but we'll accept it. Committee members, anybody else have a question? And if there's none, then I guess my thoughts are, gosh, how could we be able to improve the system to avoid the delays? I know for and specific, and I know the last time we talked about this, we had specific matters for each of the test committee members. And I'm sure every member of the 24th Navajo Nation Council will also bring an example of the long delays to get people within their district, whether they be HR, senior citizen, managers, personnel, bus drivers, those aspects where there's been long delays and services have been basically minimalized by this long process. To improve the system, which of these bubbles in this processing could be eliminated, whether it be by a policy amendment or as an amendment to the plan of operation? Because the main reason I'm saying that is because $58 million sitting, just sitting. That's quite a big economic impact. And that $58 million generates another, 48% in benefits. And then to put it into out there, economic multiplier effect of $58 million. That has to be a big factor on how to eliminate some of these processes. I know that in the early days, committees modeled their personnel system based on the federal system. And throughout the years now, that system is so complicated that the robotics of these new toys move faster than our system moves. And so that's a real big concern. How do we shorten, eliminate some of these steps? And I think that's the focus. That should be the focus. I, for myself, have a Navajo Nation funded librarian position at the Torion Community Library. The applicant basically just withdrew her application because in this case, on her original application, then went to a hyphenated name under her husband. And I don't know what the processes were that made it to where that process, she put her whole life on hold so that she could try to get hired. But in the end, the requirements were too stringent. And how do we simplify the system? Noting the vast miles that this personnel system covers. And that's basically what I think the committee is wanting. I think that that's what we're looking for. So in this particular case, the presenters give us the necessary items that will, whether it requires policy change or requires legislative change. That's what we would like to see from the presentation that has been presented. And that's basically like saying a double negative, the presentation that has been presented. Thank you.
Chair, this is Thomas Itawiti. Can I respond? Hello.
Yes, Ms. Woody.
I'm going to share with you the screen. there's a lot of points that you made that, that it's important for not just the committee to know the necessary improvements we're striving for, but also, just like I had explained in my presentation, having a Band-Aid to temporarily block a bleeding heart is not something we're trying to accomplish. Now, meaning that my team and DPM and I are working hard every day to make those necessary improvements. This particular document was sent to the entire Navajo Nation in relation to what our internal department improvements. And it's, temporary at the point, but we have to look at whether the department, what's really causing the problem is the reason why we're doing this. So we sent out a transition of DPM support services section memo to the entire Navajo Nation. On there, we said as of March 7th, the DPM made several temporary internal department staff assignments and changes. The changes are with our support services section and position control section. Our main objective with the internal staff change is to review how PAFs are being processed and how we respond with each submittal. We are evaluating this process and hopefully make applicable improvements. As we transition with our support services section, each of the staff will be assigned a team lead who assists with PAFs, the divisions, departments, assignments is attached. This process will be evaluated and therefore would appreciate your understanding as we make these initial improvements. The email that you will submit PAFs to is noted. This will help our department track the PAFs better. We will have to submit PAFs to this email because other emails will no longer accept the PAFs. With this new PAF email, an electronic acknowledgement will be sent to you indicating whether the PAF was accepted or not. Now we're still working on that, but we've made great strides in terms of the responses. So there's several rules in how PAFs are going to be submitted and the format is applied. We're requesting for us to be aware that a particular PAF has come in. We're asking division, department name, last name, first name, type of PAF, whether it's a new hire or not, whatever the PAF, what the PAF is for. We said scanned legibly so we can read them. That PAFs have to be sent to contract accounting and employee benefits before it's sent to DPM. DPM does not have does have PAF samples available for your review, so you can go to our website and look at the samples. DPM has a PAF submission schedule, which is attached, and this is not new. This is something we've had in place for a very long time. The attached point of contact, fill out this form so we know who in your division or department is the human resources point of contact. Other document submissions, just giving some examples on, don't send blank copies and just send, what signature page only, and that please send this, please make sure that the PAFs are signed and approved, and that way, it doesn't delay the process. So in this, it also has division assignments. We have our staff who is under support services and the team lead for that particular employee, and then the departments that they're assigned for. So we have 1, 2, 3 employees that are under our support services and assigned to a team lead. Attached to this, we ask that send us who your point of contact is, so we understand who we're communicating with within your division. And then the last but not least is the schedule that we submit every year for PAF schedules. And we explain in here that it's important for the program to understand that PAFs have to be submitted before an actual person is hired. So we don't go through situations where a person is not being paid. There's other factors that's not the only factor. Also, we have the PAF submission schedule. So we base it based off of pay period ending, you know, what are the effective dates and ranges between those. So it's not, you know, it's basically just submitting information and how we're making improvements. So at some point, I hope that there is those initial improvements and you'll be able to see it. But, you know, just giving you an overview of what the improvements we're making. So, but my team is working hard and I do appreciate them every single day that they come in and, you know, continue to do the work that is necessary for this program or for this department. So otherwise, that concludes my discussion here, and I appreciate your time and attention.
Thank you, Ms. Woody. I'm not discounting the dedication of the staff. I'm questioning the process and the procedures. Please understand that. We do have, at the other side, we have people that apply. That just, they don't hear back. And that's the part, and in my view, your department is the one that is the end decision maker. And so that's the part that we have to, you know, and I'm in a position to make change, and I want change. And you're defending your position, and I want change in the process. That's where I'm focused on. How do we change the system to where our Navajo people get employed? We had an example where one division says we hired 15 people in a matter of 2 weeks. Guess what? 4 weeks later, we have 7 of those folks either texting or emailing other delegates saying, I haven't been paid for 4 weeks. That's the system that I'm addressing. How do we make it so where people that get employed get paid on time? How do we make the system where an individual is promoted? I've got an individual that approached me at a store. I was promoted. I've been in this new position 1.5 years. And by my calculation, I'm owed more than $20,000, and my PAF isn't processed. That's what the focus is on, the processes. So in that aspect, again, it's not to attack you or to say you're not doing your job. It's the system. How do we improve the system? With that, Mr. Chatabeda, these documents that have been forwarded to the committee, could you review them to see where policies need to be changed to afford some of these items?
All right, Chair, I will go ahead and, go ahead.
Okay, Sheila. Committee members, any questions, statements?
Chair Solana.
Honorable Halona, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair, and Mr. Willie and staff there. There's a lot of information to take in, but I understand that a lot of the PAFs, what direction are we going with this? Because I too had got messages from different individuals who had wondered why, when they were changed, even when they're already hired on in the Navajo Nation and they transfer to another department, and it takes sometimes 3, 4, 5 weeks before the PAF gets processed. What is the holdup there with that process? And then also, I've also had people come up to me and they complain about so-and-so is related to so-and-so and they don't like me or they don't favor me. And so is that process part of the, it shouldn't be, but it seems like it's part of the process and how people get hired on. The other thing is I was wondering about with, I think the last time we talked about this, we talked about salary and adjustments. And has there been any, when was the last evaluation on salaries for employees for the positions that they hold? Those are a couple of things that I think about because we all know that Navajo Nation, we can't draw in some good quality employees because the salary is too low and they would rather stay outside the reservation because they make more money out there. And I know that's a problem. And so those are a few questions that I had, Ms. Willie. Chair?
Thank you, Honorable
Mr. Chair,
Halona.
Dr. Fowler here.
Ms.
Would like to respond.
Go ahead, Ms. Fowler, Dr. Fowler.
Oh, yeah, Che, committee members, thank you for that question. Since just always a call. Esa halero sacho njit on at and that she do her job is it. Kodon jono ben his na hasne. Ado HRMS system will yeah be kato ist adon nito sahoyen he katon was the no kodo and lini yana hasne. Because so we need your support. There's improvements that are being made, and I feel to where this system is going to really help us strengthen the system to where adequate timely manner to get these PAFs completed. So HE went up in the niche, and there's a lot of, and we did go over why some of these PAFs are pending. The whole budget though, but we're doing our best and meeting with the program managers to get them completed. We understand that some positions have not been filled, and then we even send out some referrals to division and programs, and they're not interviewing. So there's a lot of there's various ways to where some of them don't get processed, but we want to work on it, and I really want to focus on some of the successes that was shared with you by recruitment. And no, we don't have the infrastructure where a lot of our young people don't want to move back in with their parents. So, and then we hire people, and then once they get their first and second check, and then they leave. So it's really hard to where we say we want you to continue staying here. They're not comfortable with the environment. It's really hard, but we want to work with them. We want to get them on board and retain them. Either way, we're all related. We say that, but we are careful in making sure that a husband and wife don't report to one another, or a son or daughter not reporting to the mother, or biological mother, biological father. We want to make sure that those are kept in the right format. The other thing is salary. Our salaries are not competitive. We are also doing another 164 to where we want to really remap out the study that was done. There was a study that was done, and a lot of the implementations that were recommended were not followed. So 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 work session. So I thank you for your questions and your statements. Hope I answered all the questions, but we're willing to work with you all and continue keeping you updated. Whatever questions that you also may have, we'll provide a written response to you from this work session as well.
Dr. Fowler, committee members, anybody else have a question or a statement?
Chair, this is Delegate So.
Oh, Shabiza, you have the teleconference floor.
Yes, thank you to the presenters for the presentation today. Dr. Fowler, the gene I know that there's years to correct, and one of a couple of issues that I do want to speak to is the presentation that was put forth verbally by Garcia. As far as with the numbers and the statistics gathered and shared, how was that compiled? And I know that recruitment has been one of the biggest problems on the Navajo Nation. You know, what are some of the initiatives with your department? We have students that are wanting to go directly into the workforce. Military but they want to make money. What are some of those initiatives to provide some training for those students that are coming out? And I can speak to some. I know that some from my district have been wanting and have applied out of the Questionnaire workforce programs that Enigi Navajo Nation beyond. It provides internships opportunity, auto educational learning and growth. No, and it doesn't seem to solidify an entry position for them. And you know, I'm very concerned with the whole system. And what is it gonna take? Respectful employees. I know that it's probably quite a challenge to fix a lot of these areas. But there are things that we hear at the leadership capacity that is very disturbing. And sometimes, you know, we're thinking, what is really going on over there? And transition between the work positions. It seems to be lagging even more and more than before. I'm not too sure if I'm speaking to that true of a statement, but it's just what I'm seeing at this point. And I compare how we handle these transitions to other groups and work companies and even to the areas within my district. One individual was able to make a smooth transition and not worry about a PAF or any other of that and that entails to it. Is there another system that we can upgrade to immediately so that it is just from one whole system where it has faster access, immediate response? And right now, it just seems like it has that paper trail where one signature is needed, and when that is done, it has to be taken to another department. It's like we have a mail carrier that has to deliver these documents by foot. And, you know, how are we going to even get the nation moving if it has this slow pace? I just don't understand it. You know, it worries me because I'm coming into my fourth year of my being a delegate. I have seen little improvement, and you know, I wonder what is really going on. How much guidance is given as well from the Office of the Vice President and Vice President. What is given on those parts? And you know, we've always had that open door and open capacity for discussion to help with these improvements. And right now, you know, we even consider some of the smallest in lay chapter houses. We have employees that managers that don't even know how to fill out a PAF form, and it just sits on their desk for days and sometimes weeks. It's filled out with handwritten pen, and it's finally sent back, and into some degree, it is inaccurate or not done right. Now, how can we fix that? I keep saying that. I know that I've been very vocal and very concerned, and I criticize this because we are one of the most capable Native American tribes in the United States. And we are at the bottom level, it seems like, in comparison. And when I go to some of these tribal meetings, You know, they're like, you know, why do you even have less than 200,000 people living on your lands? Over 300 are off. Over 200,000 people are living off our reservation because of those problems. Jobs. These non-nishigit that anigit is a do yat eco and moving forward, I just don't see a lot of the initiatives and effort put forth. I set out when this ARPA went through and it was given to us, to the Navajo Nation, there were open recruitment days. That's when I saw a lot of recruitment, you know, your department traveling to different areas of the Navajo Nation. But now I'm not seeing that as often as I would like to. And even that process, how can it be better and how can we improve it whole and collectively? And, you know, again, I thank you guys. Of course, I don't see your day-to-day work. I'm sure you guys are doing something, but it's come to a time where we need to move the nation faster forward. We are still living in the century before us. It doesn't make any sense of how we're lagging. So, even you know, that's my concern. I hope that you take it with good respect and good concern. I do have young qualified individuals in my district that are wanting to work and contribute to the Navajo Nation, but it seems like it's not working out in their favor, and now I'm losing them to nearby cities, Salt Lake, Flagstaff, Denver, and that's not what I want. I feel like we really need to step that up. You know, I wish that some things were figured out now today, and I don't look forward to having this discussion in 2-4 years and then hearing it by call on our future leaders. It needs to happen today. It needed to happen yesterday. So, Honorable Chair, thank you.
Yeah, lots of visit. Thank you. Yeah, but it's a handy o a hansi. Dal nasi bandit ida. He is Kate Nas. These Kate Nas Naligi, we again the processes, the system. How do we change it? Again, that there was the aspect of having to verify it with contracts and grants. If the position exists within the system, that's already verified. Why does it need to go back to them for their signature? and it's like those aspects. In a way, it's mind-boggling. But we have great minds that can figure it out. So let's figure it out. Committee members, anybody else?
Chair, can I just respond to Honorable Charlene So? And just for information purposes.
Go ahead.
I share the sentiment with each of you in terms of, you know, what the struggles have been within DPM. And, you know, had I been here sooner, you know, maybe these things would have been in place. I'm not trying to, you know, just, you know, throw that to the wayside. And I think we're going to make those improvements for sure. But what we do need from, as we're progressing towards these improvements, needing your support. And in order for us to get there, now there is a system in place that is an off-the-shelf system that was put into place within DPM. And that's the reports that you see that have been generated. Of course, the room for error in that is high. So we're moving to a more approach system that will help us, not just DPM, but every department. And we're automating, and that's what we're working towards. And so, but I understand, you know, I'm just as frustrated, not as frustrated as I was when I first came in, but now that we have a plan and how we're going to work through those areas of improvement, those processes for improvement is coming. And I want to just assure you that if you provide us and give us the support going forward, we're going to be successful at this. The one thing that I want to mention is that in order for us to get this human resources management system in place, you know, it does require a lot of time and attention, and it requires process and policy development. So I'll be in the process of going through that with you on a more in-depth basis. So that way you understand, you know, what those processes would be to not be so managed in a way that it's creating a bottleneck. In terms of you know, just giving you insight, but that's what I can share with you. And I think myself and my team are going to continue to make those improvements. If it means that we have to make some changes in DPM, then those changes will come down the way, but also understand that the priorities are already derived in terms of what DPM's priorities would be. In terms of, and that's just for informational purposes. And it's like I said, I do share the frustration. As I said, you know, why hasn't this nation, our nation, invested in a really good system? And why are we still working as if we have no chances of ever making those necessary improvements? So with that, just the other questions in terms of how this report was compiled, we do share the human resources information system with finance. It's a small component that, because of payroll, we do have that communication with each other. So we do are able to generate reports from those and extract and develop our reports as well. The children who, the internship, and I'll have Farron speak to that. In terms of the initiatives, you know, just requesting for your continued support and how we move forward in implementing this and going live with the human resources management system. And that, I can tell you, is going to create a more user-friendly, it's going to create streamlined processes where you're not waiting on days on end for a response from DPM. So that's our goals and objectives, our development in the works. But Farron, do you want to go ahead and speak to the internship?
Sure. Well, good afternoon, Chair and committee members of HES. Going back to Ms. Honorable Charlene So's initial question around the internships. Yes, we've been reaching out to departments, especially like with the Department of Transportation, if they have a position open. We've been actually giving them different alternatives and recommendations as far as hiring internships and having seasonal employees for the summer. And majority of the at a division level definitely want to hire and are seeking more full-time employees. We give them the recommendation. We've been reaching out to every division as well as every department and giving them via email notification recommendations that they can go ahead and start initiating for the temporary employees. Right now, they're just looking at full-time. And going back to the initial question too as well, employees that are currently walking out, or a pool of applicants that are currently walking out of positions or positions that they applied for, is because at a division level, we can only do so much here as far as initiating the process. And what we've been really looking forward to at the department levels is that they're currently, it could be a customer service issue. When I'm saying customer service issue, meaning like to follow up with their individuals and letting them know, hey, right now you have your Mr. Farron Garcia, you currently applied for a position at Department of Personnel, and right now you're currently on the waiting list for getting an interview processed. If there is no communication at a department level to those individuals that are currently seeking positions, yes, they are going to be walking out. And that's what we're currently seeing right now. With positions that are currently advertised and getting a pool of applicants back. And we get a notification via email stating that we want to re-advertise the position, open until filled. But yet we communicate with those point of contacts and letting them know you've actually received 7 applications, and out of those 7, you're definitely not wanting to hire one of those individuals for a 90-day probationary period just to help implement a licensure, or not only that, able to go ahead and give them the skills and the knowledge that they're currently fulfilling. But when we get those non-selection letters back, it's just very broad. It's just like letting them know you weren't selected for the position. So our job here within our recruitment right now is that we're looking at the reason why. We're measuring those divisions and letting them know what's the gap. Where are they currently having a metric issue? Is it at the forefront of the business? Are they not following up with their employees? I came from Wells Fargo, and I've been a branch manager of Wells Fargo for over 12 years. And I did take a huge salary cut because I wanted to make a difference in the Navajo Nation. I wanted to make a difference to having those individuals have the opportunities that I've gotten to help me along the way. Right now, it's at the department levels where we're currently seeing these individuals currently leave. We've been reaching out to their divisional manager, our divisional leaders as well, and letting them know the reasons why are they currently. We always ask the reason why. Why are you wanting to re-advertise the position? Send your supporting documentation so we can see why those positions are going to be advertised. Taking a look at Miss Charlene So's district area, we currently are going to be in Blanding at the University State branch there. We're going to be focusing on a lot of the job fairs, making sure that our job fairs right now, I have some that are currently going to be scheduled. I have that one that's going to be scheduled for next week on Thursday. We did get invited for a roundtable event too, which is going to be on the 13th on Wednesday. We do have the Alamo virtual job fair that's going to be hosted on the 13th. So I'll have one of my other individuals here, my employees, that's going to be attending that. And I've reached out to so many places via email. Just with one email made a huge difference as far as networking and showing that we are here to make a difference for the Navajo Nation. We want to fill these positions. I reached out to a lot of the media areas within different schools, SIPI, NTU, the one in Chinle, the one in Crown Point, reached out to Gallup, UNM branch, Albuquerque UNM, and letting them know that I've been sending JVAs over there strictly for like individuals that are currently going into law. We've been seeing what positions that are currently needing the most help too as well. We've been really focusing on what positions that we can actually help fulfill. I do have another one that's going to be set up for May 4th, save the date. That's going to be with the New Mexico Workforce Connection. I sent only one email to them, and I've got invited to so many at this point in time, which is the Alamo, Farmington. There's going to be one that's also going to be hosted in Gallup. We did get invited to the rehabilitation for Coyote Canyon. They've hosted a job fair a couple of weeks ago. We've currently went to that one. I just think helping these individuals, if they need help with job fairs, helping with the advertisement, because there was a very minimal of invitees that actually came, but not only that, the public, it was a very minimal show up as far as having individuals come in. But we've been really coaching individuals at a district, at division level, program managers, point of contacts. We've been doing a lot of networking and giving them that feedback. We've also been working with the Navajo Police Department, and we've actually going to be invited. We're going to be doing a little bit of a skill practice, a little bit more of in depth of meet and greet, seeing where their challenges are right now. I did meet with Deputy Chief Ron Silversmith and gave some recommendations on how he can fulfill his positions, as well as giving some customer service back to the individuals that are currently seeking these assessments, because all the chiefs right now are currently doing their assessments, and they've seen a good pool of applicants come in, but right now those recruits are actually walking out the door because it's a customer service issue. So we're going to, myself and one of my employees are currently going to be going and helping those individuals at a district level. But we are here to give guidance. I'm very knowledgeable in customer service. As mentioned, I came from Wells Fargo, and I can apply those teachings that I've gotten from the outside world to the nation, as far as utilizing analogies with, of course, with both outside as well as native and cultural connections to help customer service. And I'm here to help, and I'm here to do whatever I can to fill these positions. And I've been doing a lot of research right now. And right now, my job is just to measure and see where the gaps are. And we're currently going to be focusing on those opportunities that we see that are gaps right now. Thank you.
Anybody else? Okay, let's see.
Hey, we were muted. Chair, can you hear me? Hello?
Hey, hello, who is that trying to speak?
This is Delegate Slater.
Oh, yeah, this is Tilly, yeah. Go ahead. It sounded like you were way over there somewhere.
Oh, sorry about that. We somehow muted ourselves over here in the budget and finance room. So I've just, we've been talking to ourselves, I guess. I guess you're recognizing me. My question is, for this HR system, on the back end, is it going to communicate with FMIS? I guess that's the first question I want to ask.
Yes. It will communicate with FMIS and be compatible. So that's one of the major components in whether the systems can communicate or not. Definitely.
Okay, so we're basically transitioning to an electronic procedure. On the back end, they'll speak to each other, and then there will be electronic permissions so that we won't have to rely on the handwritten signatures and all of that. And then in terms of your implementation timeline, I saw one of the slides that my Acrobat just gave up, but can you review the implementation timeline again? And I don't know, I think it's a great step. It's much needed.
Sure, I can. I'm sorry.
Let me just finish this one point. So I was discussing with the staff development training folks when they completed their presentation, how we could coordinate between DPM themselves and then workforce development, and perhaps Jeanette College or NTU, and work on some more like hard skills training and modules. And this is following up with something I've expressed to Dr. Fowler before, and that is producing like internal certifications on the Navajo Nation. So someone who starts off in workforce could get certified, and they don't have to go back to either get their bachelor's or master's or whatever they need, but they could progress through our system without it being super financially cumbersome to themselves. Or say you're already within a position, you've developed the expertise, and now you want to move into a managerial role, but you know, absent higher education or another level of higher education, you won't be able to advance into it. Seems like a lot of those positions, like you said, stay vacant. So I'm just wondering, within this HR system, could there be a way to add in something like that, where you're denoting those sorts of certifications, and people essentially, as they work in our system, get trained, it will be added into their profiles, and then you like already have an automatic applicant pool for different sorts of positions once they become available. So that's just a question right now. Thanks for a couple.
Absolutely. Can I respond, Chair?
Yes, you may. Thank you.
Thank you for asking that question. You know, in terms of the implementation timeline with the human resources management system, we've gone through the whole request for proposals. We did the interviews, and a majority of the vendors have, you know, understood where our needs are in terms of the implementation timeline. And we said it's really aggressive. And so we're looking at having all of this implemented and go live. And the recommendations that each of the vendors have given was that to go live at the new year, which would be January 1st. So it gives us some time to implement this. I know it needs to be on the fast track, but we need to do it right the first time. So we're not, you know, we have to test it. We have to implement the workflows. We have to, there's a lot of parts to this. And, you know, just for your information, and I'll go ahead and send you the packets to include the RFP that we submitted. It's very detailed in terms of what our requirements are. And so, and then just to give you some idea in terms of the core, the requirements in the platform, if you look at your screen, there's like number one is our core HR, which is a requirement, the platform, yes. And then it has the enterprise structure, the database, the reporting compliance, compensation, employee relations, organizational structure, Some are yes and some are good to have. Recruitment and applicant management, absolutely. Onboarding, employee self-service, manager self-service. Having the ability for mobile service is good to have, but we have to look at those requirements as well. Performance management, training and development, benefits would consist of open enrollment, COBRA, FSA or HSA, life events, history, record management. Your question about whether those training documents would be as part of the personnel files, this would definitely be where it's at. And we also have a training and development component. So say, for instance, if somebody's credentials, they are licensed, have a licensure for a particular profession, we can track that as well. Payroll, of course, you have all of the components that are listed in payroll. Time and attendance, leave administration, annual leave, sick leave, and Dr. Fowler did at one point say we'd like to change the process to paid time off rather than annual and sick leave. So you have one that is combined into annual leave and sick leave combined into paid time off. Retirement management, the technical review and architecture is really important, meaning the IT, the security, the structure in terms of how detailed how with the safety protocols in all of these. And then customization, is there room for customization? Say, for instance, we have a certain situation that we need to customize that process. Will the system be able to do that? All the way down to data conversion, the workflow and reporting. So those are particular areas that we want to ensure is a part of the human resources management system. So going into detail, you know, I will send this as a copy, courtesy copy to you all, so that you have an understanding of what this system is comprised of. And so we have several dates that we want to implement, but we also want, like I said, we want to make sure that the system is done right the first time. So I hope that answers your question, sir.
Yeah, thank you.
Game presents a tale of longing and long-lasting scent. Dear love of my life, you were on the 12 bus when I caught a whiff. A scent so fresh, so.
Okay, Miss Woody, is there a way that we could put the implementation on a faster track to, let's say, coincide with the start of the new budget year rather than doing the calendar year?
We absolutely can do that. It's just a matter of ensuring that every program and every department is on board with this, and definitely from Health, Education, and Human Services Committee to help us push this. Right now, like I said, we still have to go through the 164 process, which is a lengthy process with our procurement and ensuring that we comply with the business regulatory and so on and so forth. So that's what we've completed. We're in the process of working towards. So I'm hoping that in the next week or so, we'll have this ready to go, and then we can award the vendor. So yes, we definitely want to make it aggressive.
And I think the committee would really help push the implementation, because we do see the need for the improvement. Thank you, Ms. Woody. Appreciate your response and your positiveness to our questions. Anybody else? Committee members? So then that would take us to, okay. That would take us to the end of the presentation by the Division of Personnel Management. Committee members, the chair is open for a motion to accept the report.
Motion, Delegate Paul Begay.
Second.
Second, Alona?
Thank you, committee members. Motion by Honorable Paul Begay, second by Honorable Pernell Halona. Do we have any comments, questions? If not,
Chair
Mr. Mose. Oh, Honorable Halona.
Yes, thank you, Chair, and Ms. Fowler, Ms. Willie, I appreciate your input and your work on the policies and procedures for hiring. I understand that it does take time and you're new to the position. And Mrs. Fowler, I know you've been working hard to try to change the system, and we do support you. And, you know, this in time, when you do implement some of your changes, I'm not sure exactly how we're going to be able to measure that, but you know, if we continue to get complaints about taking time and hiring practices and not being fulfilled right away, those will come up, and we'll see that some of these implements that you're to change your policies are not working. So I guess the only time will tell right now as far as that goes. So again, thank you very much, and we'll be standing by to hear from you later on as well. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Alona. Anybody else? Committee members? If not, Mr. Mose, let's take it to a vote.
Sir, Honorable Paul Begay Jr.
Delegate Paul Begay votes green.
Honorable Paul Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Pernell Halona. Honorable Pernell Halona. Honorable Carl Russell Slater.
Halona votes green.
Honorable Carl Russell Slater votes green. Honorable Pernell Halona votes green. Honorable Charlene So.
I vote green.
Honorable Charlene So votes green. Honorable Edison J. Wanika. Honorable Edison J. Wanika votes green. Chair, vote of 5 in favor, 0 opposed.
Thank you, Mr. Mose. 5 in favor, 0 opposed. The chair not voting. Ms. Angelita Benali, the next item on our work session agenda.
Yes, Mr. Chair, you have item 5C, which is the Department of Aging and Long-Term Care Services with NDOH. And the issues are the status of the senior centers, staffing of senior centers, additional issues affecting the operations of Daltex, ability to provide quality services while adhering to interrelated Navajo Nation policies. Presenters are Ms. Valerie Jones, Health Service Administrators for Daltex, and Dr. Jill Jim, the Executive Director for the Navajo Department of Health. Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Benali. Dr. Jill Jim, are you on the call?
Good afternoon, Honorable. So this is Valerie Jones, Health Services Administrator for Division of Aging. Dr. Jim is in another meeting, I suppose.
Okay, Ms. Valerie Jones, you have the work session conference floor. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. So good afternoon, honorable members of the Health Education Human Services Committee and those online. So in regards to the status of the senior centers, elders continue to receive home delivered meals. They receive lunch Monday through Friday. There's currently no congregate meals being served due to the pandemic. We have completed a reopening plan, and that will be submitted to Dr. Jim for review. She is the Executive Director for Navajo Department of Health. And the staffing of senior centers, I do have a list that was attached, including my written report, and it shows the number of vacant positions we have and the positions that are filled. And then as far as the additional issues affecting the operations of Daltex's ability to provide quality services while adhering to interrelated Navajo Nation policies, there are no issues affecting the operations of Daltex's ability to provide quality services. Daltex is working to resolve finance-related issues. And that is my report, Chair, so thank you.
Sure. So, are you still on?
Sorry about that. Thank you, Ms. Jones. Part of the concerns was expressed by our colleague representing Northeast On, Shanto, and that particular Kapi Kin. There was issues that he wanted the committee to address regarding issues that his district senior centers were had concerns on. And then the other is there was concerns on the supply chain issues where we had folks having to paper plates, those types of items, that cleaning supplies that apparently weren't being delivered by vendors. So those were specific to the concerns, and then the ability to fill vacancies, whether they be the cooks, the bus drivers, or the van drivers, and even the senior center managers. So you could review that with the committee. Really appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. So the food supply issues and the supply demands with the senior centers all vary. But as I mentioned, we are working out our finance related issues, and the program supervisors at the agency level have been here on a weekly basis to resolve their budget issues and their projections for their orders for each senior center. So that's stuff that they're working on weekly. As far as filling the vacant positions, we are working to try to promote from within. We are also trying to work with chapters and creating those partnerships to find people to recruit, to get them to work at our senior centers. And then as far as the Shanto area, I'm not sure specific, is there a specific senior center that is in question? I'd be happy to answer that. Thank you, Chair So.
Thank you, Ms. Jones. Committee members, could somebody text Honorable Herman Daniels so he could get on the call? And thank you, Ms. Jones. We appreciate your response. I guess in the meantime, I know that you may not be prepared to do a response, but the one item that the committee, I guess, really wants to resolve is the tri-state agreement and see how we could move forward into getting that agreement reauthorized, and what has been the progress to achieve that.
I appreciate the reminder, Honorable So. Thank you very much for bringing up the tri-state agreement. I am going to be convening a meeting. There has been some internal organizational changes with the Health Human Services Administration, and then with New Mexico, and then with Arizona too. So it's probably going to be more of a question directed to Administration for Community Living, and to organize that meeting with the two other states, including with Navajo Nation at the table. And I will outline all of those areas that I would like to address. And most definitely, I will keep you all updated as to what the outcome is going to be of that meeting. And that will happen this month. Thank you, Chair So.
And thank you. And do you have any additional information regarding the aspects that there was requests to do initiatives? We had a deputy secretary visit the Navajo Nation early on in 2019. And there was a request to basically allow for traditional foods to be used as part of the menu presentation by the senior centers. And then the other aspects of using local grown vegetables in the procurement processes. Miss Jones, do you know anything about that? I know you came on recently.
No, sir. Thank you. I appreciate that, Honorable. So we are working on updating our menus at each senior center. My main focus right now, including with the leadership of Dr. Jim and her guidance, the main focus for Daltex is to improve services, and that's on a day-to-day basis. And I am working to resolve the issues, all of our operational issues, and then taking a look at updating our menus and working with our states to ensure that we have the necessary funding to make sure that this initiative is positive and does have successful outcomes and establishing those measurements. So for sure, there will be work groups related to this as far as Daltex goes and our funding authorities go. And we'll hope to have a solid menu next year, or by the end of the year at least. Thank you.
Chair, this is Leonard. Can you hear me?
Yes, yes, Mr. Moe.
I have Honorable Herman Daniels on the call.
Chiche. Honorable Herman Daniels. We are in a work session with Daltex. There was a specific item you wanted for the committee to listen to. So we do have Daltex administration on the call. At Ilea in the work session date of afternoon there. Che, you have the floor.
Mr. Chair, Che, what do you say? Okay, thank you very much. Okay. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Vice Chair Slater. Honorable members of Health, Education, and Human Services Committee. Thank you for inviting me to your meeting here, work session here. Across the Navajo Nation, senior centers, within Western Agency, there are some centers in Western Agency, within my region, there's not this on Ojeto, and that's Abikin. Senior centers on Medaho. The Jacob is the baby chin has the Equito, Ishi Equito, and his bed husband. For Ojeto, but I know we have several meetings with Western Navajo Agency, and Deltec, Ajuda in Michigan, Mr. Charles Joe, in Taquito, Sunday, Lanza Sutahagi. It was a Sunday, Jacob, Catacomba Hall, Jessica. With the center with Ojeto,
that they have some issues with the senior center building. Right now, the HVAC, the heating, and the cooling system, it's out. It's out. So, quando sempre you going to know this is. So, it's one that this dude or less nana. Last year they were without an air condition, so they had to open the doors. Over the winter, the cold season. I thought that this the whole. I think that we're approaching the summer, the summer season again. This really needs to be addressed. The centers buildings belongs to the chapters. That means about from the window rock level, we only appropriate a certain amount of dollars for the chapters to operate on. So with that, the great is with the TELTEC program in Michigan to address a lot of these issues with the TELTEC program out of senior center buildings across the Navajo Nation. I know that between the chapters and the senior center, that the IPA agreement, they signed and done. But moving forward, we really need to address these issues for our precious elders across the Navajo Nation. So these senior centers, the drivers, they go out to the community, to the residents, to distribute food, meals. But it is there's other issues with Navajo Mountain chapter. So the senior centers away with the African chapter senior centers so they're really in dire need of a cooler for the food. They had that cooler for a number of years. It's gonna go out. I don't know. It's gonna go out and I don't know. So that's the reason why I reached out to chair to have some kind of a dialogue to address some of these issues. Chair. Thank you very much.
Yeah, Lashache, thank you for getting on the call. And for the scene, we'll try to address it as best as we can. With that, Miss Valerie Jones, you have teleconference for us.
Thank you, Chair. So thank you, Honorable Daniels, for your questions regarding senior centers and Western Agency. Yes, we have been talking about Old Jaytwa Senior Center for quite some time, and we have been, and we have told, the entire programs about the fact that we do not receive funding for construction or renovation of senior centers. We have to seek out these funds through our funding authorities. And this is one, as far as the HVAC goes, is something that we are addressing with our Title III funding source. And It will take some time to address as these have to be bid out. And with our financial system, it takes about 3 months just to get a service contract processed. So we are working on this. I think there is an assessment that is going on. We have found some funds through Title III that we hope to, Title III or Title VI? Title VI, I'm sorry. That's with the Administration for Community Living, which would probably entail getting a vendor from outside. But as I said, the service contracts do take some time to process within our system here. And as far as the coolers go with Navajo Mountain and Zubbikin, we can certainly take a look at our funding sources once again and get those service contracts created to move those forward. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Ms. Jones. Shache, do you have follow-up?
Thank you very much, Shache, Honorable Chair of the HIS Committee. Yeah, just like I indicated, appreciate this work session here. With this work session, I'm really looking towards the positive outcome, how to address some of these issues at the end of the meeting. So ADIC working closely with the DELTEC program at the central level, agency level, and down at the senior center level. Working together, we can them working together, they can address a lot of these issues internally. Ecuador, so with the cooling system, with OJTO, they reached out to Utah Navajo Trust Fund for resources or fundings, but nothing hasn't been funded yet. But because of the center sits within the San Juan County, the Utah side, even they reached out to the trust fund, Utah Navajo Trust Fund. But it's all up to the board, Utah Trust Fund board. So just like I indicated, I know my chapter, Ojeto chapter officials, they're addressing the issues at the same time. So appreciate the senior center manager and Lineage, Ms. Crank, so moving forward, with the food but the coolers, I just heard that that can be fixed internally, but with the cooling system, the HVAC system, it's going to cost the several $1,000s to fix that, or maybe to replace that with a new one. So many years, and again, has tweet on his body, tweet of funny, not so big, so Hali basically had the Shetland so called the great DELTEC program. They don't have that basically so with the I'm looking towards HIS committee, where can we get some dollars for these like the swamp coolers, the HVAC system for some the senior center buildings across the Navajo Nation. Mr. Chair, thank you.
Thank you, Shache. committee members.
Chair Solana. Oh, be careful.
Honorable Colonna.
Thank you, Chair, and the committee members. I want to get some information from to find out where you're at with the hiring process. Has there been any evaluations for the senior citizens center out in Mexican Springs? I understand they've been closed for a few months now. The first time they had their supervisor left, and now the cook left, and so now we're without the staff there. And also, have you got the senior citizen back open yet at Nash City? There are two places. I think the last time I asked about Nash City, we haven't heard anything back from you.
Ms. Jones.
Thank you, Chair. So, Honorable Daniels, thank you. I really want to just also stress the partnerships that we look forward to creating with each chapter and the senior centers. We are all about making sure that we work together to address these issues for our elders. And I'm here to listen, to all issues that every senior center is experiencing. We are working day by day, as I mentioned, to improve services. It will take us some time to get there, but for sure we have that optimistic outlook. And then as far as Mexican Springs goes, that center has no funding for the senior center supervisor position. However, the driver position is filled and the services are being provided by Twin Lakes Senior Center. And then with Nahas Chitty, the senior center supervisor is undergoing a background check. So meaning that person was selected, but just waiting for the background check to clear. Same with the cook, person was selected. We're just waiting for the background check to clear. And for Nahas Chitty, everyone is going to Shoe Springs and or Twin Lakes for services. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Jones. Committee members, any other?
Chair, this is Delegate Bell.
Okay, we'll go with Honorable Charlene, so then we'll go with Honorable Paul Begay after that. Shabiza, you have the floor.
Thank you, Shiyaj. Thank you to the presenter. And I know that it was a short report, but I also wanted to state that there are some concerns and issues as far as the senior citizens at center in East Los Pasos, Arizona. And, that's one I'm hoping that you can check into. Overall, I was wondering if you could do an assessment of all the senior centers across the Navajo Nation. So, some don't have AC, refrigerators at that. I want to see a full report in that regard. And once we can get an understanding of what is really needed across the Navajo Nation to help assist these centers, I think that the committee would be willing to assist and maybe, I don't know, Chair, if I'm speaking on the right grounds, but funds could be allocated to help provide some of those services and appliances that may be needed. we have elders that go there, to have dinner, and they're looking forward to that. Again, they're hoping that one day they'll be back in that community center and enjoying lunch together, dinner together. But, we also have to consider our workers there. What does it mean? And we are approaching the summer season. Some of us have the luxury and the capacity to be in an AC building, but some of those workers have to work through it without it. What can we the best assistance to these senior centers before summer hits? The directive I would like an overall assessment of all the centers across the Navajo Nation. Although Nana Hesse report and I would really like to see that. Thank you.
Ms. Benali, make note of that particular aspect so that we can include it in accepting the report. Shache, Honorable Paul Begay, you have the floor.
Chair, Honorable Chair Daniel So, Ado Vice Chair Shanala, Delegate Carl Slater, members of the Hesse Committee. Ado is not or presenters. Daltech. I oversee 5 chapters in the northwest corner of the Navajo Nation. The Naya Yaskiti Daltech twin has Twiba Haya. Nastas Negi are treasures in our society. So the year go ba Huiliado Lehigia, so Hajoba Huiliada. A betanded house in clean than his Aron Danchinas Tran. But ego in not than his nego, what ego, Nahash at the whole lot. Not that he's necessarily cow. Chanalande, Chiahos at the snow national Chanala. Sende, but the chief, what that no chief ago. What it all chief ago, Hamabet Sade, what you long ago, and then Nazbonsas aunt or less. Hayata, Hamachi Yandi at Egi Yant or less. But area at Ehoia, what the dog chief no samba kaja, what the dog chill. I do a wage legal a hayat or less. I let a hoido as that ball softer. The dog lessigito, either do bejigata, a coha haya. A quat ego hayaho a wage low. Ashing hall just go ia. That in Sahakis and Lingi, Huhilie, Ado, Gato, a mother Joji, Hajeta Joji, Ado Iya, Gianda, Jito, Gitli, Akochok, Giando, Toda, Jito, Leslie, so Akot. What ego in Nastro Gasha, I don't kiss the dog gas. Ado, actually, the key. Yat $8 you can't be $3. I don't know now that all just I don't know should I just boys stuff I don't let a mother has again on Kinigi had say Hanala a masan in on Kinigi is to leave. Actually has seen where hot all this, son where hot all this. Aid out action. The northern part out national $10, action be national $10. I don't actually at see it all. أروله جس إنه بقوه نجت له هذا وحظ أدوله تأجلي سنبي نجدوته هذا خانه هيان دوله هذا هو تشهي إيجو أما بتساعده هجلنا جيت أخن نجدوته هذا إيه أرشندو هتوك شهنا لك خانه هليان دوله بيخوت لنا دول جش جنيجو ده باهجلنا أقضي هذا إيه النب بحنتحل جيش نخاس توي بحنتحل جيش مصن هنا أقضي يجوا بأخوي ليان دول لسه عليت إيجو بيسو ده أتن هنيجو كنت إيجو إيديشينجو كنت إيجو بعيل كذا تونسن. So what is the solution? عليت إيجو إيدي هشتديل نيفكو أني إيه نهزاني نخاس توي بأخوي ليان دول لسه دي كنت إيجو إيه بسنت أدول لأز أي أختن لينجو كنت إيجو بسنا هذا دي كنت بكتنش إنجيد كبي تخون هاللي تشيء بيشا كيسنا بانصبتين هذا كويد شيء بيجيتو أتو تسلقي تو يأتو يسلقي يتنسو أشبان نهجا سامس كلاب ديتا هذا هل نجيت تتولى لسجيت أبا وحدا أتن بيسو بأتن هنو أشدا لازم سندش نو كنت إيجو أكا نشوو نهشيش أكو حاليت إيجو إياه وكنت إيجو نجيت لازم لطون سنسة أعرف لهو إيدون تا النشتا أبا أوه نتا دول نشجيت أبا أوه. We need people to work at these centers. And that's another issue. Issue nasa ba yel kito le. But what they're going to get now is on go at that. What they ya report as now that what do na hot it and halno what they got that nature report na. There's no problems at the center hatna. Kodo do in city fishmans only klingi ati neither. What we're saying and what the message that we're relaying to you as workers in the DALTEP program, these difficult issues, these issues that need to be addressed don't be neither. We bring these issues to you because those issues were brought to us. For our treasures, our Navajo elderly, those are our treasures. So that and they survived, they were resilient. And that should not be the case. I guess there's not on there's not hot now has angle. Now it's elderly because our program is limited. What is the solution? How can we really stand up and say that we're helping our elders? Something needs to be done. You know what about this case? I should check. Yeah, quite that. So that in on the chair. Thank you. Shani, I see what's going on, Lani. Oh, this necessary. Good. Thank you for that perspective. I see. Lani, what
I know that we have vacancies. Let's see, there was a text that was forwarded from a colleague, council delegate, referring to the agency manager or coordinator for Northern, leaving the program and the project. And I guess that's part of how is the coverage being handled. You do have the vacancy at Eastern, and maybe give us a summary of the other 3 agencies if we do have personnel and staff available. Again, you know, how do your managers handle these situations? I think that's the key. Is it these concerns and issues that the HES hears about? Are they being muzzled? And again, you know, there's always that aspect of chain of command. But we do have chapters. And we have officials and even constituents that are observant of the actions over there. And that's how some of this issues come to our attention. And so, and then we had one memo written to Honorable Begay that was written without names or but had been sent to Honorable Begay and CC to the rest of the committee members. And I hope it's not a matter where the senior center manager, not the manager, but the agency supervisor, coordinator, is not the one that's imposing those types of threats or intimidation or coercion. And that's where the issues come to us. Ms. Jones.
Thank you, Chair. So thank you, Honorable Charlene for the question, and Honorable Paul Begay. As far as Tignas bus goes, there's an amount of $726,693. Sorry, so $720,693 that's assessed for needs with Tignas Bus Senior Center. And I do have assessments for all senior centers, and this is an assessment that was done from 2017. Now, the total amount for all senior centers to be renovated, to be repaired, to be reconstructed in 2017 was $34 million. Now, with inflation and overtime, and it's now 2022, that number has probably doubled. And so how we're going to find these funds, and as Navajo Nation work as partners together with each tribal entity, in Navajo Nation to resolve these issues. That's what Daltex is here for. We're here to ensure that we're helping each other and to move these projects forward. But with any construction, any renovation, any repairs, that's going to take several years. And that's not just, we also have to involve Division of Community Development in these projects. Now, Honorable Begay, I think you had mentioned all of the needs with each senior center, and I totally agree with you. I oversee all senior centers. I have to ensure that everyone is being treated fairly per Department of Personnel Management rules and regulations. And at this point in time, I'm just ensuring that every agency is accountable for their senior centers. And at this point in time, I can say that there is a delegated program supervisor for Shiprock Agency, and he is from the Clabato. Very helpful and has just taken on this role and is really moving things forward for Shiprock Agency. And then I can say the same for Crown Point Agency. That individual is from Lake Valley Senior Center and is delegated and has taken on that role and is addressing issues since his delegation. And I appreciate my team members. Fort Defiance, she remains there. That's Leonora Henderson. And then for Chinle Agency, he remains there. Same with Tuba City. So we are addressing these issues each day as we move forward. And if there are any issues related to personnel, as I mentioned, we follow and abide by what's in personnel management. Thank you.
Committee members? Honorable
Chair, this is
Halona.
Delegate So. I have a follow-up question.
Yes, okay. Let me go to Honorable Halona, then we'll go to Honorable Charlene So for follow-up. Honorable Halona.
Yes, thank you, Chair, and I appreciate your response on the last question I had. My phone cut out just when I was getting that response. But the other thing I was wanting to find out too is where are we at with the ICIP listings? I understand there's still several dollars to unspent capital from New Mexico Capital Outlay, $176,000 from Tohatchi Senior Center. And then have you got the $150,000 that came for Cody Canyon Senior Center? As well as the parking lot repair maintenance over there for $32,000. Have we done anybody working on that project yet? And has there been anything turned in from Tohatchi as far as the $176,000 that's unspent there that was from the Mexico Capital Outlay? Sure.
Honorable Halona, I think that question goes to the Division of Community Development. They usually have a project manager that handles those. And as I experience with the Pueblo Pintado Capital Outlay Project, Doltex is just an observer on that whole process.
Okay, Chair, I was under the understanding that they were working together.
Chair, could I ask a question? Muted now.
Jones, can you do a follow-up response to Honorable Halona's question?
Chair, so did you want me to answer Halona's questions? Delegate Halona? Sorry.
Ms. Jones, could you, and I don't know if you have the current information, the capital outlay projects for 4 of the senior center in Honorable Halona's district.
Yes, sir.
The
Thank
New
you.
Mexico. Yeah.
Chair, so, okay, Honorable Halona, so recently the contract was approved and fully executed in February with the state of New Mexico. We are waiting on an electronic approval signature form within our division here. So just an internal process that needs to get approved. And we are working with CPMD on this project. And as far as Coyote Canyon goes, that was just recently approved by Governor Lujan Grisham. Thank you.
A follow-up real quick, Chair. On the Tohatchi, that money was allocated or awarded last year. So that's another one that I'm trying to find out if there's any movement on that.
Ms. Jones.
Honorable Halona, the general obligation bond sold in November. And then it has to go through our 164 process, which is a 3-month process. Thank you, sir.
Chair, could I ask a question?
Oh, go ahead, Honorable Vice Chair Slater.
Thank you.
Incorporate my question with yours.
I'll ask you a question. Thank you, Ms. Jones. My question first is specific to Rock Point and the staffing issues that I've spoken about before there. So I want to know what the status of the driver and the new cook position is. And second, I just want to make a comment that we have the opportunity to fund the renovations of all 88 senior centers and construct 15 more in the NDOH project proposal that was funded in legislation 25721. And that would have taken care of a lot of the issues that we're discussing right now. And unfortunately, we didn't get the votes, but there were 8 votes that voted against funding the Department of Health and essentially defunding Daltech to make these needed repairs and requirements for our elders. So I think it's important to ask where we can get funding, but we have the funding and we figured out how to get it to Daltex, but we just didn't push it over the finish line. So I really want my colleagues to meditate on that matter because our elders deserve it. And we could have gotten going yesterday or 2 days ago. So thank you.
That's the hay on the table that was left there. Thank you, Ms. Jones, and thank you for giving us a hint at the capital outlay process. Yes, those general obligation bonds have to be sold before the money is available. And at the same time, when those contracts are signed, the nation has to expend their own dollars first, or there's the other requirement of 5% has to be obligated within a certain period of time before those funds can be used, whether it be for planning, design, and construction. Those are the aspects that really have to be looked at. Just as a sidebar, when I came in 2019, Pueblo Pintado, their planning, design, and construct legislation approved through general obligation bond expired 3 times. It had to be reauthorized 3 times. In early 2020, that particular contract was finalized. So it is a process. And again, we found the documents using Xerox copies of that documents that was at Daltex. And we had to walk it upstairs, flight of stairs, where the other group found it finally. And it took time. That process is, again, very complicated, much like what we're dealing with in human resources. Now, how do we shorten that process? Committee members, then let me give the floor to Honorable Charlene So to do follow-up. I'm sorry, I bypassed you, Shabizha.
It's okay, Shiaj. Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Jones, for your response. Can you provide the year of that assessment which you reported to us? And I know that, of course, we hear all these concerns from our elders, and at times I've received phone calls in regards to the customer service which they received. And that, alludes to donations being given out to elders and seniors. What has been the most recent customer service training, and what has been the follow-up in these chapters, or the senior citizens specifically? Because, in some cases, elders being turned away for there's no reason at all they should be turned away. They're entitled to whatever's given. But in some cases, responses can be rude. Responses can be somewhat taken as aggressive. And to be denied of those
services, it's just, you know, a lot of our elders don't have anybody to report these to. And that has always been a concern to me for the past 2 years. And, you know, in some cases I do address this at my chapter, but then again, it falls back on Daltech. What are the customer service initiatives and training that you are implementing? And what are the follow-ups? And, you know, in some cases, those instances can be viewed as elder abuse. So those are my questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Shapeja. Ms. Jones, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair So. Thank you, Honorable Charlene So, for that question. The year of the assessment was from 2017, and I'd be happy to share that binder with you all. It's about a good 7-inch binder. And as far as customer service goes, I want to say thank you to Department of Personnel Management for setting up a customer service training. My team is certainly taking advantage of that and are signing up as we speak for that training. And hopefully, you know, this will alleviate some of those complaints that have been coming in. And I have been taking those phone calls as well here at Window Rock and listening to our elders, and also reaching out to our senior centers to find out what the story is there. As we all know, there are two sides to every story. So I have been conducting that investigation from my end too, and also just making sure people are accountable for the services that they provide, and to maintain that respect with all of our elders and our community members and our stakeholders. Thank you. And Honorable Slater, I appreciate your question about Rock Point. Rock Point, the senior center supervisor position and cook position, those are both filled. The driver position is currently vacant. However, we are working to fill that position aggressively, and we are working with the chapter to see if they can recruit anyone for that position. And as far as, yes, the renovation of senior centers, per our funding authorities with Arizona and New Mexico, Navajo Nation has the most senior centers. We have 39 senior centers in Arizona, and then we have 38 senior centers in New Mexico, and then we have 4 senior centers in Utah. So we manage a great number of senior centers, and trying to have a pulse on everyone. And, you know, these senior centers are isolated themselves. So yes, it's very much about keeping in communication with every one of them. And, you know, we are trying to get there, as I mentioned, in improving customer service, and they are registering for that training. Thank you.
Thank you. Committee members, any follow-up?
Chair Salona.
Honorable Halona, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. And Ms. Jones, I wanted to find out again, I know you said last November the bonds were sold. But what I'm talking about is 2 years ago, the money for Tohatchee Senior Center. And that should have been through the process a long time ago. And that's what I'm interested in finding out. I guess we need to get CPMD on the line, or we need to contact them to find out. Is that where I need to go to get more information? Yeah.
Thank you. Honorable Halona. Ms. Jones.
For the one 2 years ago.
Honorable Slater, or I'm sorry, Honorable Halona. So that bond sold and was approved, and it's been 2 years out. So that's something that we are currently working on right now with CPMD. And because of the pandemic, CPMD was shut down. Most of Navajo Nation government was shut down for the past, 2 years? So that's the other issue that we're facing. And Daltex is also working with the state of New Mexico to have that flexibility as far as our timelines go. Thank you.
Honorable Halona, the main division that handles the New Mexico projects is Division of Community Development. Please make contact with Mr. James Adakai.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, I understand that. And, but, you know, like I said, I had figured that they were working together with that office as well. And I understand there's a great number of projects that they have to deal with. And, you know, in my region, and there's 5 senior centers that I have located in our area. So I was just checking on that again to make sure to find out what the situation was, if they had any word on it or not, because that's been 2 years. And like you said, you had already had to be reauthorized 3 times. And so for Tohatchi, it looks like it might be coming up pretty soon that I'll have to get that reauthorized again as well. So thank you, Chair.
If need be, committee members, we could request a presentation by CPMD on the senior centers nationwide, which projects need funding. The other process, rather than having the Department of Health put a package together for the senior centers, it could be incumbent upon the chapters to present facility improvement requests, renovation, over to ARPA office. I'm sure that the land use committee, those facilities are within their priorities. That could be another avenue of pursuit rather than having the division pursue those. But they've already been vetted, and I don't know if those that listing, committee members, you've already gotten that listing with all the exhibits within 257. And if your particular senior centers aren't listed, then it becomes incumbent upon the chapters to put together the project and the budget forms. That would be my thoughts, committee members.
Thank you, Chair. And I think that would be advisable that we could do something like that with CPMD just for the New Mexico project, since there are a lot of senior citizen centers in New Mexico. Thank you, Chair.
And what what that tells me is of the 52 chapters in New Mexico, no, 54 chapters, we have 38 senior centers. So that's would be a comprehensive update. But yes, we will get message to them to present to the committee. Thank you. Okay. With that, that brings us to the need to a motion to accept the report, and then also to issue the directive that Honorable Charlene so requested. Committee members.
All motion, Chair.
Second, Alona.
I will accept the motion by Honorable Vice Chair Carl Slater and the second by Honorable Pernell Halona. Committee members, with the request from Honorable Charlene So requesting additional documents and information, would that be acceptable in accepting the report?
Carl. Yes. Yes, Chair, that is acceptable.
Honorable Slater?
Yes.
Madam Chair?
Okay.
You said yes.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second, and with the acceptance of a request for additional documents and information. Mr. Mose, roll call vote.
Yes, sir. Honorable Paul Begay Jr. Honorable Paul Begay Jr. Honorable Pernell Halona.
Who votes green?
Honorable Pernell Halona votes green. Honorable Carl Russell Slater. Honorable Carl Russell Slater votes green. Honorable Charlene So.
I vote green.
Honorable Charlene So votes green. Honorable Edison J. Winika. Honorable Edison J. Winika. Honorable Paul Begay Jr.
Delegate Paul Begay votes red.
Honorable Paul Begay Jr. votes red. Honorable Edison J. Winika. Carry a vote of 3 in favor, 1 opposed with the directive.
Thank you, committee members. With a vote of 3 in favor, 2 opposed, the report is accepted and a directive is issued. Thank you, Ms. Jones. We appreciate your work. For myself, I see the positive work that you've endeavored on. I appreciate that attention. I still look forward to the re-signing of the tri-party agreement. And if you do need letter from the committee, we are willing to issue a letter to support your work with that tri-state agreement.
Thank you, Honorable. So that's very helpful. Thank you. Appreciate your support.
committee members. That brings us to the end of our work session. Any announcements?
Chair Sel.
Mr. Chattabeta.
Thank you so much. Please go ahead.
Mr. Beta, was that you?
No, I believe that was Mr. Derek Franklin from OPVP.
Oh.
This is Del Gay also.
Oh, committee members, did we skip over that portion on background checks? Oh dear, yes we did. I'm so sorry. Committee members, let's, and Miss Angelita Bonali, this particular issue with the background checks, let's put it on the March 13th agenda. Presentation. We already had the presentation from Bureau of Indian Education, and they do have the Dear Tribal Leader letter that was issued. Could we then go back and do that at the committee level regular meeting? I think that's the way to do it.
Okay, and that'll be.
It does.
Go ahead.
Yes, go ahead, Miss.
No, it was.
Go ahead, Miss Bernard.
As I understand, it's going to be April 13th on the next regular meeting of the HES agenda. And this was the purpose of bringing in the Office of Background Check Investigations, to the discussion between DOTI and the BIE.
Yes, that was the purpose. And I apologize to the committee for bypassing that. Let's make up for it by putting it on the regular session agenda. Thank you.
Chair, so that'll give you.
Oh, Chair.
I thank you, Chair. Other Vice Chairs and other members of HES committee. Thank you. The issues about Deltax and the issue brought forth by some of the employees, I believe it needs to go. We need to go into executive session and thoroughly get this to come to light about their complaints. So I just don't. My count is five different people have expressed the satisfaction in how the central office is operating with the local level government. Talking about the agency. So okay, perhaps on the March or April 13th meeting, we can include this executive session. But in first case, I should say, because like I said, Otego ye yeshicha hatzi saia email ilai inchifahon neche dalia. Ado saiat o shilni ado kutbini yegi ado shto nida. Jonna ado shade over tania to besotish inda. That's hard of it. But saiat o that nan know what is so nan was bahan and be retirement did always dish kill did be wata. But ego on shigito no you had that hatsi. So I think that's important for us to listen to their side of the story also. Just something they need some. We found out that's a better way to solve these issues. Today about these things, Chair. Thank you. Akwishila. Okay, Akwishila will again bring Dultex to the regular meeting, and staff, please make the executive session line available at that time.
Yes, Chair.
Thank you. Committee members, any other issue you would like to address at the regular meeting? If not, committee members, that brings us to the end of our work session. So we will be, we address the next issues, the concerns, and then the next steps. So this work session will be adjourned. On my phone, it's 2:32 p.m. Committee members, take care of yourselves, stay safe. Thank you. We are adjourned.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Chair.
Oh, go on that.
Oh, go on that.
Later, Chair. Take care.
Oh.